A very warm welcome from the brand new seminar room of the Institute for the Danube Region in Central Europe, coming to you live from Vienna, Alsagrund. The 2021 Danube Conference, Shrinking Spaces, Growing Responsibilities, Macro-Regional Approaches to Tackle Current Transformations in the Danube Region, brings again together a various amount of stakeholders from our target region, and we have prepared a fantastic program for you today, which will also reflect the 10th anniversary of the European Union strategy for the Danube region. My name is Sebastian Schäffer, and I'm the Managing Director of the IDM. We are very grateful to be once again cooperating with our long-term partners for this conference. And first and foremost, of course, the Land Lower Austria. And we are very happy to have a video message by Dr. Martínek, the Provincial Counsellor of the Federal Government of Lower Austria.
Chairman Busek, Rector FAULHAMMER, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the Danube Conference. Last year, the pandemic forced us to adapt to a completely new situation. We had to try to be together, even though we needed to stay apart. By now, we have gained more experience and the situation as a whole has improved. Nevertheless, with the current developments and the rising number of infections, it is a good and sound decision to hold this year's conference in a hybrid format. First of all, I would like to convey to you the best greetings of our governor, Johanna Michael-Leitner. The topic of today's conference, Shrinking Spaces, Growing Responsibilities, Macro-Regional Approaches to Tackle Current Transformations in the Danube region, deals with a topic that is more important today than ever before. In times that are characterized through fundamental change, whether it concerns climate change, new media, or the pandemic, we have to come up with new strategies to find quick and sustainable solutions. Cross-border cooperation between regions is of particular importance. The challenges that we face can only be met if we work together. That is why, for us in Lower Austria, sharing ideas with our neighbors is essential. The Danube, as a unifying element, stands at the beginning of our Lower Austrian approach. Over 30 years ago, we initiated an international regional exchange by establishing the working community of the Danube regions. We believe that working together across regional and state borders is a crucial tool to foster peace and prosperity for people living in Europe. Intensive cooperation between the Institute for the Danube Region in Central Europe and the working community of the Danube regions has proven to be an effective and successful way to generate sustainable connections in the wider region. I'm certain that it takes our joint efforts to protect our European values against disinformation and from attacks against our democratic fundaments. I would like to thank all stakeholders and partners for making this conference possible. It is with great pleasure that I see your personal commitment. I want to wish you a day of fruitful discussions and an informative and successful conference.
Thank you very much to Landesrat Eichtinger for these wonderful messages to set the stage for the 2021 Danube Conference. We are in the new normal. In these times, things change very quickly, and we have to adapt to the changing environment and the plans that happen to be necessary to adapt. And therefore, I'm very sorry that our chairman, Dr. Erhard Busek, cannot join us today, but I'm very much looking forward to the opening statement of our second host, the Rector of the University for Continuing Education, Krems, Danube University, Friedrich FAULHAMMER. Fritz, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dear Sebastian, dear participants, I have the pleasure to welcome you to this year's Danube Conference. Today's conference is marked by a special occasion. 10 years ago, in 2011, the EU strategy for the Danube region was agreed. And today we can look back on the first decade of this significant strategy, draw up an interim balance and discuss the role of the strategy for regional cooperation in the Danube region, as Landesrat EICHTINGER already stated. As we all know, cooperation is a key concept, even though it's sometimes hard, and we have to repeat and repeat and repeat again. Trustful joint work at eye level across the borders of countries, cultures, spheres and institutions has the potential for a positive development of Europe in general and our Danube region in particular. As an example, and as I'm seeing here Ambassador from Romania, it was the joint initiative of Romania and Austria that formed the basis of the Danube region strategy. Since then, many joint initiatives have emerged between the countries of the Danube region, and the Danube region strategy has provided and continues to provide the external framework for this in many ways. The role the Danube region strategy can play for regional cooperation in future will be discussed today in a high-level panel towards I'm looking forward very much. Dear colleagues, as important as cooperation for the Danube region and Europe has proven to be time, and again, it appears to be at risk with regard to the emerging challenges. While many countries, not only those of the Danube region, are still facing the COVID-19 pandemic challenge and dealing with it, in its shadow, so to speak, another serious development has appeared. The pressure put on civil society, on the freedom of media and of science is growing in many places. The more science serves societal needs with facts, the stronger it comes under pressure itself, especially now in the pandemic. Universities, being seismographs of societal events, are noting many of these developments. What we are currently witnessing is that the scope of movement of those forces from civil society, science and the arts, on which many countries in the Danube region are dependent in their development and in the deepening of European integration, is being gradually narrowed. At the same time, we are confronted with the increasing force of nationalist and even separatist considerations currently also regarding the Western Balkans. When the democratic foundation, the foundations of European values are shaken, the time has come to stand up and remember that respect for fundamental rights is a crucial precondition to positive social and economic development in countries. Freedom of expression, of information, of the press, of science, of art, to name just a few. And by freedom of information, I don't mean fake news. Next to the COVID-19 pandemic, we are also facing an incredible second pandemic. It's a kind of an infodemic, and it's also very dangerous. Today, and in this context, dear colleagues, universities have a special role to play. Their responsibility to society extends beyond creating socially relevant, resilient knowledge. Their responsibility also involves speaking up for truth, and by that, for democracy, for European values, and for cooperation in the spirit of the European Union. Unity in diversity. Once discourses no longer take place founded on reason, on resilient, evident knowledge, it becomes clear that the model of a partnership-based development is in danger. Then cooperation will be replaced by a climate of mistrust and emotional reservations. Europe is an idea built on reason. Universities being idealistic, but also real places of reason, places of a scientific approach to the acquisition of knowledge, are therefore called upon to remind us of both these principles of Europe. And this is why today's second round of discussions is dedicated to this very special role of universities. At this point, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to appeal to a specific understanding of science, to a cooperation between science and society that is transdisciplinary. Developing solutions by science together with representatives from practice, from administration, from the healthcare system, from business and from civil society initiatives on an equal footing. Such a bundling of ideas, of forces, of resources is what cooperation in the Danube region requires and what a successful continuation of the EU strategy for the Danube region needs. With a cooperative, transdisciplinary approach, universities have to act as role models for constructive cooperation between different social forces. Dear colleagues, I know this is very easy to say, but still hard to do. In a world of growing individualism, enhanced by hedonistic concepts, by large digital enterprises and global competition, it's extremely hard. It is challenging with our individual decision-making every day by each one of us, and it's challenging with political concepts, also measured by everyday behavior and everyday decisions. But I think, I'm convinced, it's worth to fight for it. Ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, I would like to thank for your attendance at this conference. I wish our conference today a fruitful discussion and a lively, still it is in the digital, more or less in the digital area, a lively exchange of ideas and views. And I would like to thank the organizers, the Institute for the Danube Region and Central Europe, for preparing and hosting this online conference. Furthermore, I would like to thank the other cooperation partners, Argedono-Länder, as well as the province of Austria, for their kind support. My wishes are directed to today's event and you for a successful outcome, bringing new insights and a lively exchange of ideas. Thank you very much.
Rector FAULHAMMER, dear Fritz, thank you very much for these kind words at the start of our conference. Thank you very much for setting the stage and also summing up what big tasks we are going to talk about throughout the day. But I would also like to thank you personally. It was almost on the day 7 years ago when we first met in the framework of the annual meeting of the Danube Rectors Conference, which actually is also going to take place this week. And ever since, we've been working together for the Danube region, with the Danube region, and I think we have brought these initiatives a little bit further for cross-border cooperation in our common interest area. 7 years ago, the Danubius Young Scientist Awards were created as well. We have actually the 10th anniversary of the Danubius Awards. We'll come to that in a minute in the panel discussion. But since we have so many anniversaries, of course, we also prepare commemorative videos. And I would like to ask Daniel to play us his summary within the experience of the Danubius Young Scientist Award.
The Danube, more than just one of many European rivers. For me, a symbol of connectivity, cooperation, and creation. It is the Danube that has connected me with many young people, colleagues from various fields of science. It is the Danube which was the inception of my cooperations both on a regional and international level with numerous experts from the countries of Central, Eastern, and Southeastern Europe. It is the Danube that creates my personal friendships and professional collaborations. I'm glad and honored to be a part of the Danubius Young Scientist Award community that already includes more than 100 promising researchers and which grows every year by 14 excellent representatives coming from countries that are part of the EUSDR. By fostering and promoting of the next generation within the Danube region and beyond, the Austrian Federal Ministry for Education, Science and Research, together with the Institute for the Danube Region and Central Europe, IDN, remind us how crucial the cross-border, interdisciplinary and innovative approach in the world of science is. After all, the Danube represents the second largest river in Europe, and, something I have learned, our ideas can be just as big. However, in order for them to grow, we need to let them, like in the case of the river Danube, flow through the minds of us all.
Thank you very much. As it has been already mentioned, this conference is held under the patronage of the Donauländer. Our cooperation partners, furthermore, are the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences in Vienna, the Europaforum Mag.a, as well as the FH Krems. In prosperity, we trust. Communicating and fostering macro-regional approaches in the Danube region is the title of our first panel, and I'm very glad that I have physically with us some of them. Others are joining us online, and I would like to present our speakers. We have online with us His Excellency Ambassador Emil HUREZEANU from the Romanian Embassy in Austria. Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Schäffer. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. We have with us in the room, starting from my very right, Dr. Harald, Ambassador, National Coordinator of the EU Strategy for the Danube Region from the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs in Austria. Dr. Schranzel, thank you very much. Happy to be with you. We have furthermore with us Magistra Ulrike RAUCH-KESCHMANN, Head of the Directorate-General 5, Tourism and Regional Policy from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Regions and Tourism of the Federal Republic of Austria. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for the invitation.
Online joining is Magistra Martina Hartl, Deputy Head of Unit for International Research Cooperation from the Federal Ministry of Education, Science and Research in Austria. Martina, thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
To my left is Dr. Robert Lichtner, who is the coordinator of the Danube Strategy Point of the EUSDR. Robert, thank you for being with us today. And then to my very left is Dr. Simon Ortner, Head of the Department for International and European Affairs, the Federal State of Lower Austria, who is also the Secretary-General of the Working Community of the Danube Regions, the Donauländer, our cooperation partner. Thank you, Simon, for joining us today. Thank you. We will have a couple of questions that I have prepared that we are going to talk about. We cover various aspects of these high-level stakeholders that we have gathered today, but we will also, of course, give the audience the possibility to ask questions afterwards. Put them in the chat. It will be monitored and directly transferred to me. You can also raise your hand if you're joining us in the webinar. Daniel in the background will give you the possibility to speak. And we encourage you to already think about possible questions while we go through with the first and the second round. My very first question is to His Excellency Ambassador Emil HUREZEANU. The EUSDR dates back to a joint initiative by Romania and Austria, which has already been mentioned. you tell us more about the role of this macro-regional strategy for the cooperation between the two countries, and also about its importance for regional cooperation?
Sure, I'm prepared to answer all your questions. Thank you again for inviting me. I'm recalling the steady and great bilateral cooperation between Romania and Austria that forecasted this active regional cooperation set up under EU umbrella adopted by the European Council on the 24th of June 2011. Back in 2009, our two countries proposed the creation of this important framework for regional cooperation in Europe, the official announcement being voiced on the occasion of the Europa Forum in Wachau. Back in 2000, this political vision shared by Austria and Romania regarding the Danube cooperation was based on their shared views about the future of Europe, mainly. The relevance of the Danube strategy derived not only from the geographical importance of this river, but also from its potential to foster economic and social convergence and cooperation between partners who share the same values and principles. Within this framework, Romania and Austria are coordinating jointly, successfully, the regional cooperation in probably the most significant area of Danube cooperation, mainly transport on waterways. I will give you an example in this sense. Between July 2015 and December 2021, for the duration of 6 years, the Fairway Danube project has been significantly increasing the knowledge on shallow sections of the Danube waterway for an optimized fairway routing and drafting of rehabilitating measures under the motto committed to the increased safety, efficiency, and environmental friendliness of inland navigation. It's kind of complicated. Fairway Danube is being carried out in a harmonized in 6 countries: Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, Croatia, Bulgaria, and Romania. Moreover, the Secretariat of the Danube Strategy is co-hosted jointly in Bucharest and Vienna, with the Office of the Mayor. I'm pleased to see on my screen the representative of the mayorship of Vienna, who is responsible with this file, being implemented in form of a joint project, which will end next year. There are also other numerous concrete projects with Austrian and Romanian participation that may be positively mentioned in this context. They underlining the great potential for cooperation in our region. I would briefly refer to one that brought a sea of change in the cooperation among 7 states: the sustainable protection and promotion of the Art Nouveau heritage in the Danube region, a project coordinated by the city of Oradea in northwestern Romania. It recognized the potential of Art Nouveau as a cohesive force to connect local communities within their respective urban settings. Responding to these needs for sustainable and harmonized protection, for the revitalization and promotion of the Art Nouveau, this project has implemented a series of interconnected cross-sectorial activities covering the full cycle of Art Nouveau protection and revival. The project enables scientific research, fact-based policy recommendations for protection. It financed promotional activities and campaigns on local, regional, and international level. On its regional dimension, you are aware that the Danube strategy is the largest and most diverse EU macro-regional strategy and the home to around 150 million citizens. The strategy's slogan, prosperity through diversity, clearly emphasizes the specific of the Danube region. Today, 10 years later, the active and solid interest proved by the participation in this strategy by numerous stakeholders and its positive impact on the quality of life of the citizens from our region reconfirm that the EUSDR acts like an accelerator for the region despite so numerous challenges and uncertainties. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I would like to continue with Dr. Harald Stranzl. And given your experience as the national coordinator, would you say that the EUSDR was able to foster closer cooperation between Austria and Romania over the past decade? And could you maybe also give us a little bit of more insight in the cooperation with other countries in the region?
Thank you, with pleasure. For obvious reasons, my thoughts are very much complementary to what Ambassador HUREZEANU has just said. Austria and Romania are close EU partners, strong political and economic ties. The annual bilateral trade, approximately 4 billion euros. Austria is a key investor in Romania, currently number 3, and manifold human ties. More than 130,000 Romanians are living in Austria. And the Danube River was, is, and will remain an essential feature, of course, of our bilateral agenda. Together, as Ambassador mentioned already, we made the Danube region a European issue. Austria and Romania were, so to say, the midwives of our strategy 10 years ago. And it has grown since then, actually, a common awareness of our role, common role, bilateral role in the Danube region, highlighted also by both our foreign ministers at the 10 years anniversary of the strategy earlier this year, and also at the Europa Forum Wachau event in Krems. EUSDR has definitely fostered also our bilateral cooperation in a variety of thematic areas. The Ambassador already mentioned a couple of them. I would add perhaps people-to-people contacts, role of minorities in our present-day societies, and so on. And of course, also the fact that we have the Danube strategy point located in Vienna and also in Bucharest. On the second part of your question, Austria's cooperation with other countries in the region. The Danube region has always been a priority of Austria and her foreign policy, historically and also today alike. The region is, so to say, part of the Austrian DNA, I would say, and in addition to the federal government, also the federal provinces are very active and committed, as you can see also today with the presence of a representative of Austria, also the city of Vienna, not to forget think tanks and NGOs like IDEM. Austria has huge economic interests, of course, in the region. We are among the most important trade partners and investors in many countries, number 1 or number 2. Equally important, also the human ties. Over 500,000 people with roots in Southeast Europe have found their new home in Austria. And therefore, it's just logical that Austria is also one or among the most vocal supporters for the Western Balkans integration, and also close cooperation with the neighborhood countries, including Ukraine and Moldova as EUSDR partner countries. The EUSDR is, of course, here an additional bond, a very useful one and an instrument to intensify cooperation in many relevant priority areas, from mobility over energy, culture, tourism, environment, sustainability, and people's skills. And it's, of course, also an important bridge between the EU and its neighbors, not yet members of the European Union. Here, I think, very important to stress the fact that all countries, EU and non-EU, within EUSDR are cooperating on an equal footing. And it's a nice coincidence, I think, that Ukraine has just taken over the presidency of EUSDR, and for the first time, a non-EU member in the driver's seat, so to say, of our strategy. We consider, I think this is also very important to stress, EUSDR as a kind of a pre-accession or e-integration laboratory. And this is even more useful since enlargement fatigue is prevailing in certain European capitals. And I think we have to take advantage of all tools to deepen our engagement with these countries, Western Balkans, and other non-EU members in the region. And here, of course, again, EUSDR is a useful tool. But to be clear, and this is my final remark, the context is not easy. It is not only about enlargement fatigue. I think much more is at stake. The Danube region is located in a sensitive geopolitical area. The Black Sea is gateway to Central Asia, Russia, and China, as well as to Turkey and the Middle East. So the geopolitical competition is on the rise. Big powers seeking influence via targeted infrastructure projects, energy pipelines, also vaccine diplomacy. And just to quote perhaps one element, I have in mind the recent survey in Serbia, which is showing that the majority of the population there considers rising influence of China and Russia positive. On the other hand, unfortunately, rising influence of US and the European Union negative. And all this against the background that the EU is the largest donor, trading partner, and investor in the region. So I think the big question arises here, what's wrong with EU communication policy? And to conclude, this against the notion that, let's say, the 21st century is for many the Asian or Chinese century. I think against this background, it's our core and crucial interest that Southeast Europe and Eastern Europe region remains oriented towards Europe. The countries members, or at least close partners of the EU, and the whole region remains embedded in European institutions and networks. And EUSDR is just one of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we heard that there is a lot of investment coming from the European Union, which comes, of course, through the, amongst others, cohesion funds. And Director-General, your ministry functions as the other Austria's national coordinator within the EUSDR. And given your responsibility for cohesion policy, which are lessons learned from 10 years of EUSDR, and where do you identify maybe challenges and possibilities for the future development?
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation, for the possibility to join this discussion here. And thank you for the question, which is addressing the 10 years anniversary of the strategy and its role in this part. In this respect, I fully share what has been said already, in particular from Mr. Ambassador Franz, with whom my ministry, as you said, has fulfilled the role of the national coordinators from the very beginning of the EUSDR work. And in Austria, we have practiced this twin approach in national coordination of macro-regional strategies, both in the Danube region as well as in the Alpine region, just to mention this also here. And this approach has proven to be very effective, as it is quite well reflecting the double nature of the EU macro-regional strategies. Can point this out a little bit, because on the one side, the macro-regional strategies do have a strong external policy dimension, rooted in the logic of international relations and European integration. And this strong political logic has, on the one hand, contributed to a specific political drive, particularly recognizable in the beginning, in the starting phase, when prime ministers and ministers of foreign affairs, together with the Austrian EU Commissioner, Johannes Hahn, were actively involved in the practical work of the EUSDR. And however, over the last 10 years, we have in this respect also experienced a big challenge how to sustain this political momentum for macro-regional cooperation. And during the last 10 years, it has obviously differed from phase to phase, from country to country, and even from topic to topic. But overall, it has always been unquestioned that potentials and needs to cooperate in this very important region, as Harald mentioned before, are substantial and will remain important for meeting common future challenges. And therefore, the second pillar of the macro-regional strategies and the approach is crucial. The joint work and the concrete work on development policies, projects, and initiatives in the field of implementing cohesion policies and the respective EU programs, as in the area of many important sectoral policies. In this respect, the EUSDR has provided an EU framework for enhancing cooperation on a very wide range of topics. The overarching function of embedding and of linking these single initiatives of projects with these broader strategic narratives for the whole region must not be underestimated. And this strategic orientation of the MRS, I think, could legitimize cooperation activities at various levels and give individual projects additional energy. And this inspiring power is important, but at the very end, the most important are the individual actors, and human beings, institutional partners, their capacities and commitment, which remain the crucial factor for success now and in the future. And bringing those two worlds closer together, and the world of foreign affairs and EU integration, and on the one of development and cohesion policies, I think it is a specific strategic, rational and value added of the macro-regional approach, for which the Austrian partnership, and I think the twin approach, I mean, we do these not so often actually in the last 1.5 years, but we should improve this. And this twin approach in national coordination, I think, is more than a symbol. And in German, we say that cooperation is drilling thick boards. It's like das Bohren dicker Blätter. So I think 10 years is only the beginning. So it's just the beginning of a longer lasting cooperation, and there's still a lot of work to be done.
Thank you so much. We are happy to be able, as IDM, to foster even further this twin approach. Feel free to make use of us if needed be, although I'm certain that you also can handle this bilaterally. But it is our job. Our job is also to connect further with other stakeholders, and we remain for the time being on the Austrian level. And I would like to ask Martina Hartl. We have mentioned the Danubius Awards in the very beginning. We've seen that video. Basically, your ministry and the IDM started with this important initiative, and it was created to honor persons with extraordinary achievements in their scientific endeavors with relations to the Danube region. And later on, with the Danubius Young Scientist Award for all 14 EUSDR countries, as well as a mid-career award, which, by the way, the award ceremony will take place tomorrow, also as a live stream for this year's awardees. Martina, could you tell us more about the initiative?
Yes, thank you very much. And again, sorry for not being able to join you live, but it's one of these, days where you have a cold and you don't even feel you can trust going out without spreading viruses everywhere. So sorry that I remain in my office, but I'm really happy to be here. And actually, with the video and your explanation, you have already said a lot. With this award, what we have tried to do is to give an impetus in the field of science and research to show that there is a lot of excellence already in the Danube region, and not only in the research and innovation intensive countries like the parts of Austria and Germany that are in the Danube region, but that all over the Danube region there is a lot of expertise, and there are especially motivated young researchers that want and can be part of the European landscape, and where we really see it also as our task to make this excellence of these researchers visible and try to connect them to the European level. That's also why we are really grateful that we are having a partnership with the Joint Research Center of the EU. They usually provide our young scientists, they actually invite them to one of their research sites at ISPRA, giving them the chance to see how international cooperation in a European setting can look like. So this is really important for us. It is a small mosaic, but I think it's important to have all these different kinds of activities. And I'll just finish by saying, in addition to this prize, we also have, for example, a small mobility scheme where we have tried to put together our bilateral mobility schemes that we have in the Danube region and open it up for trilateral cooperation. So not only, for example, Austria and Serbia, but we can have Austrian, Slovak, and Serbian researchers, and they can have a project together and then also exchange ideas with the aim of then being successful in European projects in the future.
Thank you very much, Martina. From the scientific area to the broader cooperation, we've mentioned that we have national coordinators within the EUSDR. We have also now heard about priority areas. In addition, the DSP, the Danube Strategy Point, located in Vienna, shared this twin approach here, maybe also, as the ambassador mentioned, with Bucharest applies. It's a very important part of the EUSDR, but it's also a success story of the macro-regional strategy per se, I would say. Could you please tell us more about the role of the DSP and the overall governance of the macro-regional strategy, and also maybe give us an outlook what will happen in the future with the DSP?
I'll try that. Thank you very much. I would like to compliment and thank you also to the speakers, reflecting also on the idea of macro-regional cooperation. And I could go by starting to explain the importance of the territorial, social, and economic cohesion importance here. But if you try to translate it in simple words, I think the idea behind macro-regional cooperation is when we live in a globalized world and we are all dealing with the very same problems. And it doesn't matter if you come from Germany, if you come from Romania, we all deal with the same issues. And the idea behind it is that we join together and we try to solve problems where we deal and where we are better off doing it together than everyone on its own. So I think to put it in very simple words, this is the idea behind why the 14 countries starting from Germany all the way to Ukraine joined together 11 years ago and established what we call the Danube Region strategy. And all 14 countries, and this is very important, went together and got an unanimous decision in which field they want to cooperate. And we have their fields, as we already heard from the speakers before. We are dealing with the connecting the region. We have 4 pillars where the 14 countries deal together. We have the protection of environment, building prosperity in the region, and strengthening the region. So, and as we already heard from Ambassador, it's about prosperity through diversity. The region itself is very diverse. And only within, if we foster the cooperation, and we also heard that it's also on a very personal level. Cooperation can only work if there is mutual trust and if there is interdependence. And the issue of the interdependence is also the nature of the macro-regional cooperation. So we have on one hand the vertical cooperation across governmental institutions. We have 2 ministries here, and we have ministries in all the countries. We have 1 ministry online. Martínek is being with us online. So if we look at it from the let's say Austrian perspective, we have several ministries who are coordinating and working in this area. On the other hand, we have the horizontal cooperation when we have governmental and non-governmental institutions. And this is also a very important fact where we not only deal with the problems from a governmental perspective, but we also take in external inputs. And this is also one of the key implementing points of the strategy. And as we heard, we are 14 countries, and to manage the implementation, you need the coordination on the national level, as we heard, and it's Secretary-General already said it. It's not easy. But that's how the macro-regional cooperation works. So we have so-called national coordinators. So basically, they are the strategic decision makers in the 14 EUSDR countries who are responsible for, on one hand, representing the national interest, but on the other hand, taking up the interest of the strategy into the national countries. Then on the other hand, we have the so-called priority area coordinators or the thematic coordinators, which are experts nominated by the countries, and we have at least 2 experts per country who then coordinate the thematic topics. So if we speak about transportation, if we speak about education and all the topics that were agreed all together, these experts, at least from 2 countries, coordinate the 14 countries within the steering groups. So basically, this is how the macro-regional and the multi-level governance works. And of course, we need the European perspective here. So at the level of the European Commission, we have the Director-General for Regional, DG Regio, sorry, for regional policy. And the colleagues there bring in the European European perspective in here. And as you already said, with so many stakeholders, you need something in the middle where you basically support this implementation. So that's the idea behind the Danube strategy point, to have a first point of contact, to bring together all the national level perspective, the thematic perspective, and to support the implementation of the strategy itself. So, and this happens also with 5 pillars. And the first one is, as I said, having the secretariat, having these supporting structures for all 14 countries. Then also the capacity, and this is also very important in all countries, to have this capacity of the implementation of the macro-regional strategy. With a special focus, and we heard it from Ambassador Stanzel, also the focus on the non-EU countries. And this is also especially important because on the level of the EUSDR, we don't make a difference if this is an EU member state or a non-EU member state. However, the focus on the Western Balkan countries and on the neighboring countries here to bring up and to build up the capacity is also one of the tasks that the DSB tries to fulfill. Also, the communication is one of the tasks that we try to support. On one hand, internal communications, and as you can imagine, 14 countries to bring up a flow of communication, it's rather a task. But also on the other hand, to reach out to the people of the region, to communicate what happens in the strategy, because the people are not very interested if the national coordinators meet together, if they discuss about policy change. It's also about the projects on the ground. So what happens for the people in the region? And this is one of the tasks that we also try to fulfill, to communicate and to show what the strategy brings to the people of the region. And also in terms of developing the strategy and to look for new aims for the future, we also fulfill the task of monitoring and evaluation. So as the strategy develops, and we heard that the strategy is 10 years old, this might sound long, but it's not a long one. It's not a long period of 10 years. So also providing the stakeholders on the national level, but also on the thematic level, inputs on where the strategy can go for the future. So to conclude here, the DSB again tries to be this connecting point between the countries, the thematic implementation, having the European perspective here. And yeah, I hope that's the way that we're going to continue in the future.
Thank you, Robert. And also thank you for not only giving us insight in the governance of the EUSDR, but also in the European governance. You mentioned the multi-level governance that we have here, the European level, the national level, but also the regional level. And we come to the regional level now, because on that very important level, not only for the macro-regional strategy, but also for European integration, is the AG-Donauländer. Before I come to the Secretary-General, I would like to give the word to a representative from the presidency of the AG-Donauländer, and we have a video message from Alexander Sofic, who is Provincial Secretary for Regional Development and Inter-Regional Cooperation and Local Self-Government of the Autonomous Province of Vojvodina of the Republic of Serbia.
Esteemed participants of the conference, dear colleagues, it is my honor and pleasure to address you as the Provincial Secretary in charge of regional development, inter-regional cooperation, and local self-government, on behalf of the Autonomous Province of Vojvodina, which chairs the Working Community of the Danube Regions 2021 to 2022. I would like to heartily welcome you all and thank you for the invitation to participate in the Danube Conference 2021. Please accept my sincere congratulations on the organization and opening of the conference. Presentation and implementation of the macro-regional approach in the Danube region is a topical issue which, among other things, we are dealing with today. This year, the decade since the beginning of the implementation of the European Union strategy for the Danube region is also symbolically marked. This act reflects a desire and need for all of us in the region to realize as successful cooperation as possible that is to establish strong cross-border and transnational contacts. The European Union's mechanisms for funding these activities assist us in achieving the goal. The Republic of Serbia and the Autonomous Province of Vojvodina support the activities through which the region develops and actively participate in them. As an example of good practice, I will mention the Community of the Danube Regions as one of the exceptionally important mechanisms of European regional integration. The importance of cooperation with the regions that belong to the Danube Basin for the Autonomous Province of Vojvodina is particularly emphasized because it is based primarily on its geographical position and common interests within the Danube macro-region in the sphere of infrastructural and economic linking. Among other characteristics, it is also important to emphasize the fact that the Autonomous Province of Vojvodina has built a recognizable and very specific cultural identity, characterized by the harmony of different cultural influences and a high degree of protection of cultural, minority, and human rights of our citizens. In this respect, I would like to point out that it is an exceptional honor for us that Vojvodina is the current chair of the Working Community of the Danube Regions 2021 to 2022. And its administrative center, Novi Sad, is the European Capital of Culture in 2022. The priorities of the current chairmanship concern the areas of culture, digitization, and transport, and we will make every endeavor to achieve the set goals, despite the challenging epidemiological situation. Through our engagement, we want to produce clearly visible results and establish measurable forms of cooperation with neighboring regional partners. I would also like to mention one of the main investment priorities of the Danube strategy, which can be linked to the mentioned priorities of our chairmanship, and that is the improvement of freight transport by Water Corridor 7, i.e. by the Danube as an important waterway by the cheapest form of freight transport. We believe that the potentials of the Danube have not been sufficiently used yet, and it is necessary to modernize the Danube ports, as well as vessels and equipment. In this regard, significant investments are needed, which are already being realized through numerous cross-border cooperation projects and other EU projects that concern the Danube Basin region. In the following years, the modernization of the Danube waterway and an increase in the freight transport this way are expected, which will be significant for all regions of the Danube Basin. In view of that, it has been announced that the Republic of Serbia will invest 380 million euros in the Serbian ports. As I have already mentioned, the existence of communities such as the Community of the Danube Regions is an example of good practice in the implementation of EU macro-regional strategies, because it enables us to find solutions faster and more efficiently and make better use of common potentials. Dear participants of the meeting, once again, I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this conference. You will always have a reliable partner in the provincial government and the current team that chairs the Working Community of the Danube Regions. I wish you all an enjoyable afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Provincial Secretary Alexander Šofić, for these kind words. And now I would like to ask the Secretary-General, Simon Ortner, about the AG Donauland. It has been around for 3 decades, even more, and is active on the Danube region, the EUSDR, as we have heard, has brought more attention to the regional level in the European Union. But in your function, could you tell us a bit more about the working community of the Danube region and the synergies with, and as well as possibilities with the EUSDR that have been hinted a little bit by the Provincial Secretary?
Thank you. Thank you again for the invitation. And at the beginning, I would like especially thank you, Sebastian, for organizing this event here today. It's really a great opportunity for all of us to talk about the current issues and challenges of the whole Danube region. And it's especially a good opportunity for me to talk a little bit about the working community of Danube regions, in short, the AG Donauländer, the AG. Yeah, for sure, the AG and the EUSDR have a lot in common, and therefore there are many synergies and cooperation opportunities. But of course, both organizations are different, and both of us are focusing on different target groups. The AG, as you already mentioned, has been existing for more than 30 years and is therefore much older than the EUSDR, a more traditional, older organization. The basis of the working community, the basis of the AG, was laid in 1982 by the Lower Austrian government. And at this time, Lower Austria, the Lower Austrian government, suggested the creation of Danube Region, some kind of forum for political discussion. And after many cross-border, transnational negotiations, the working community, the AG Donauländer, was formally founded in 1989. This is the story behind the AG Donauländer. And at that time, the focus was on promoting cross-border dialogue between the Western and Eastern blocs. It was a very important issue at this time. And the Danube was the perfect symbol to promote exchange between Eastern and Western regions. The Danube was also the perfect symbol of historical, cultural, and geographical common ground, regardless the political situation at this time. Therefore, the AG has a long history and a different background than the EUSDR. A further distinction is that the AG was founded bottom-up, without any significant action by the federal governments. Moreover, the European Union played hardly a role at this time, either for Austria nor for the former Eastern Bloc countries. And the AG is also a very more loose network. The AG was and is a rather loose political network in which we have no concrete obligation for the members. Even though we naturally try to set up a sound structure and develop common goals, but in the end, each member region can decide for itself how involved it wants to be. That's very important for us. And as you and we already mentioned, the political level of action is the regional level. That's our main focus, the regions within the whole Danube region. And the AG is aimed especially at the regions in the Danube region, and we mainly try to implement projects in which regions participate or which are aimed at developing and strengthening the regional level in the Danube region. That's our main goal. Yeah, the AG is a very small organization. The management, the General Secretary is located in the government of Lower Austria, in our Department for International and European Affairs, and therefore we have neither our own legal form nor resources that are exclusively at the disposal for the AG. And we have no membership fees. That's also a very important point. Yeah, and that means we are an offer for to the regions to get involved in the process of further development of the whole Danube region. And therefore, it is very important for us to work with partners. IDM is our most important partner. And you are supporting us as info point and helping us by the management of the AG Donauländer. And synergies are also very important. And as I mentioned, I think we, as AG Donau, we can bring the regional level more strongly in the EUSDR. And we always try to be present with the AG in the annual forum and to emphasize the role of the regions in the EUSDR. And we also support projects, and these also flow into the activities of the EUSDR. And of course, we are in ongoing exchange with you, the strategy point, and support each other in communicating activities and events. And for example, this year also in cooperation with the Federal Ministry, Austrian Ministry for International European Affairs, we organized 2 events, the framework of the European Forum Wachau, the Danube Saloon. It was very, very successful. And I think 2 weeks ago, we had an event in the framework of the annual forum. We organized then an event on the Austrian Cultural Forum in Bratislava. It was also very successful. These are examples for our common cooperations. And finally, it is very important for me to emphasize that the EUSDR and the AG are not in competition. We are not challenging each other. This would not be possible and would certainly not make sense to the different sizes of our organizations and our background and main focus groups. And after all, we are pursuing the common goal of strengthening cross-border exchange in the Danube region, making a contribution to European integration and jointly discussing the important issues of the future, beginning from climate change to health issues in the Danube region. Yeah, and with this in mind, I'm really looking forward for our next cooperations and for our next common activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. So we can actually say that the AG Donauländer was paving the way for the EUSDR as we have it today with this cross-border cooperation. And as Simon mentioned, that at the time when the idea of the AG was founded, there was still the Iron Curtain up. There was not a possibility to actually cooperate on a EU level, especially also beyond that level. And during that event that Simon mentioned 2 weeks ago, there was also the occasion when Ukraine took over the presidency of the EUSDR from Slovakia. You mentioned that there is the participation of non-EU members as one of the main, I would also say, added values of the EUSDR. You have EU member countries, candidate countries, but also Eastern Partnership target countries included here. And now we have one of these target countries being responsible for the development of the strategy during the next 12 months. How important is actually such a presidency, and what can we expect from it? And where do you see also possibilities for Ukraine within the EUSDR? Dr. Stranzl has called it as an EU accession laboratory. Is that also something that is possible for Ukraine?
Yes, definitely, definitely. But before I go to the presidencies, I think what you said, Simon, especially the regional cooperation is really important. Since we speak about the multi-level governance, we should not forget, and I said this before, that we have regions in the Danube region, as the name says already. So we must not forget to have the regions as really strong focus, and this is what you've been doing for many years. And if we ever look at the development of the strategy, we do see that it's even more and more important to have the regions to have a say there. And what you have been, as you said, doing for 30 years, this is something that is definitely also the future, to have the regions much more involved and have a stronger say. And if we focus on Austria, we see this with the government of Lower Austria, with Vienna, with the regions that really are strong in this position and are trying to implement the strategy on a very local and regional level. And if we move to your question with the presidency, and this also goes along with what Ambassador Stanzel said with the countries outside of the European Union on one hand, Western Balkan countries, and the neighboring countries. We have, as you said, Slovakia had a presidency for 1 year, which is finished at the end of October, and we have the first non-European country now, which is Ukraine, non-EU country, beg your pardon, which is taking over the presidency. And this is something very new, and this is something which is important for the whole strategy. And we have the colleagues from Ukraine who have taken over on the 1st of November. And when you ask what the strategy can take from this presidency and vice versa, I think what we see already, and I think this is also something to look at, is the Ukraine being new to the implementation of the governance here. And we do see a real political and strong impetus in bringing up the strategy to the local level. We have in Ukraine 4 regions who are implementing the strategy. So again, this regional level on that side. And as also you, Secretary-General, mentioned, the political impact is very important. And we do see this, and we had this again 10 years, and we have seen some backdrops with kind of the political interest getting a bit lower. But now I think this is what we see already, with Ukraine being very strong in this position, trying to bring, as we call in German, a new wind into the strategy. The motto already by the Ukrainian presidency is the restoration, development, and unity of the region. So we can already see here where the direction goes to. And for the presidency, and this is something which we also know from the Council presidency, so the function itself is very similar on the EU level to the Council presidency. So basically, out of the 14 states, one state takes over the priorities and has, let's say, the steering wheel in their hand for the period of 1 year. And on Ukrainian level, so the new presidency has already set some thematic targets. So this is what you as presidency, you set thematic targets and political targets for the whole strategy for the period of 1 year. And we have on the thematic level, Ukraine promoting sustainable development, decarbonization, and economic transformation. So this is something which is high up on everybody's agenda. So this priority will be taken up by the Ukrainian presidency. So speaking about environmentally friendly transport, TEN-T network, the multimodal the European networks, and also the intermodal transportation. The other thematic priority is the development of human capital and labor markets, which is something, again, high up on everybody's agenda, speaking about the quality and adaptation of education, reducing regional disparities, increasing the employment and social innovation, and of course, the overreaching topic of digitalization and innovation, which already the previous presidency had top on their agenda. But something what Ukraine already announced is to have a stronger input from the civil society and from the young generation. And this is also something which is new on the development of the strategy, is where the strategy itself and the organizations working in the region will have for the first time more possibilities to become part of the governance. So what that means? That means that we will have for the first time something we call the Danube Youth Council, which is a possibility for young people from the region, from all 14 countries, to have direct a say where they see the future, where they see their future of their regions, future of their countries, not only as an external partner, but already being involved in the governance of the strategy. So this is something that Ukraine also committed to already, and this is something that we will be following up jointly throughout the next period of 1 year.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much. I think there is a lot of possible follow-up discussions that we could have with this. But I think there is an opportunity to use the next year's Danube Conference maybe to talk about
Definitely.
the presidency of Ukraine and the impact of governance in a broader sense. So we keep that in mind. But I would want to deepen a little bit more the governance still of the EUSDR. We've heard about these priority areas. Martina, you're actively involved in one of these priority areas, the priority area 7, which is called Knowledge Society. And in this PA, Slovakia and Serbia share the coordination. So it is a cooperation of, again, an EU member and a non-EU member state. Could you explain the role of priority areas in general and share with us how you perceive the work with very diverse stakeholders like ministries, but also universities, NGOs, as well as networks? For instance, the Danube Rectors Conference is also participating as an observing member in this priority area.
Yes, I will try to do that. And of course, my experience from the Knowledge Society priority might be different from other ones. But first of all, I see it like that the EU strategy for the Danube region is acknowledging that we have a region that is facing similar challenges all across the countries in the Danube region, and that we want to work together to address these challenges. Now, the different areas are trying to break down this overall motto along specific topics. And for our PA7, these issues are related to higher education, research, and innovation. So what we call knowledge society. And then our priority area coordinators from Slovakia and Serbia, they act as the link between this policy level and the national coordinators and the implementation level at PA7. So they actually also always tell us what is going on this higher policy level, what are the general priorities, for example, of a next presidency, and how can we involve that in our daily work. But then, of course, when it comes to our steering group, we need people that we can then also relate to, so our stakeholders. I think what might be different from other groups is we are actually a relatively homogeneous group in the in PA7, in that sense that we have a lot of representatives from research ministries. So in that sense, we are a more or less very homogeneous group, and we also share very similar ideas. But then, of course, from this policy level to implementing activities, we need our stakeholders. And for example, the Danube Rectors Conference is one of these stakeholders, because we need the universities on board for our activities. So you are basically then translating also what we want to do with a call or with the prize, and you are relating that to your communities. So we need then also, for example, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission is one stakeholder, because they are experts in this field of smart specialization strategies. And that was a big issue in our priority area when it comes to how can you advance a region in scientific, economic, and innovation terms. There, the smart specialization strategies were enormously important, and there our really important stakeholder to go to was the GRC with all its expertise, and they were helping to set up also these activities. So at the end, you need these various stakeholders for engaging the people in the activities that we are trying to develop on political level, and also as a sounding board of what can work and what can be difficult to establish. And just as a very last thing I wanted to say is, what we did a few weeks ago was we actually organized a seminar for the better participation of research stakeholders from the EU, Danube region into Horizon Europe, the new framework program, with a special emphasis on the widening program. So the not yet established R&I stakeholders. And we were really happy because we almost had 100 people attending. And we really hope that by engaging also the researchers themselves, that we can have an impact on then the EU Danube region, in the sense that they all climb up this ladder of scientific excellence and become full partners in the European research area. So this is my experience from the research and innovation part.
Thank you, Martina, and congratulations to the big success of this event you organized. We have now mentioned many times the regional cooperation on this panel. Robert has said that the regional cooperation is the future. Actually, one of the visions that IDM pursues is that we believe that regions are the future of Europe. And tourism, I'm glad I finally pronounced the word correctly. It's not a complex topic, it's also a complex word for me, apparently. Tourism is certainly a crucial enabler of regional exchange. Where do you see further potential to foster a broad conscience for regional cooperation?
Well, talking about tourism and regional development is very interesting for me personally, because it was a clear decision 3 years ago from the Austrian government to create a ministry which is responsible for tourism and regions, and pulling out tourism from the Ministry from Economy Affairs, where it was located decades ago, in this new ministry to focus on tourism, not only being a very important business sector, but doing, especially what you mentioned before, this development on the regional level, and being very important, especially for many regions in Austria. And this is was a very, I think, not for me only personally, because this was the point when I started in the ministry after nearly 10 years at the Austrian National Tourist Office, but I think was an important step for tourism in Austria to develop in the right decision. And what we saw for tourism during the Corona pandemic was a development nobody could imagine. I mean, when we look back 2 years ago, nobody could imagine that full break a worldwide most successful sector did, and the enormous challenges of travel restrictions, totally complete lockdowns, thousands and millions of people without any job and any perspective, was really an extent nobody could experience. And we have worked very hard on the European level to find practical solutions. Not all of them worked, but there are some very successful, thinking about the European-wide digital COVID certificate, where we work hard, that there is also cooperation with other countries to lift travel restrictions in this point. And we have provided substantial support measures on national and European level for the tourism industry. And this enabled tourism, not only in Austria, to restart in summer very well, which is for us a proof that people have a strong wish to travel. And there is a big aim, I think, worldwide to open this and to make this possible again. What the crisis showed us, however, is the increasing importance of nearby and local markets, and domestic guests and guests from nearby countries, many of them situated in the Danube region, were the backbone of this summer season. And due to missing international tourists from overseas market caused by travel restrictions, which makes it still very difficult for cities looking to Vienna and for example, the MICE segment, conventions, business meetings like this, which cannot take place in person. We experienced an increased share of both domestic guests and those from neighboring markets. And the reason lies on one hand on easier and shorter travel routes, for which most guests use their private car. Not very good from the point of sustainability, but at the moment gives them a feeling of security, flexibility, which is at the moment very important. And on the other hand, also well-known, safe and acquainted travel destinations with the possibility of outdoor activities and here again, the feeling of security. And we expect this trend to continue at least in the near future, and most countries have adapted their marketing strategies towards this accordingly. And in Austria, for example, we have and currently are investing a big part of our marketing budgets to the domestic and nearby markets. And this from my point of view, is an opportunity to strengthen the role of tourism and people-to-people exchange in this Danube region. And maybe it's an idea not to travel overseas this year, but to have a look to the neighboring countries, which are quite maybe a good opportunity to show your children what's quite in front of your door. And as for the challenges, I think the continuing pandemic will require strong efforts. And we see these days, and when we look at the figures of today and the numbers of hospitalizations, so there is it will require really strong efforts from all of us to keep the epidemiologic situation under control and establish the necessary measures to enable a safe tourism experience again. But to point out the role of the EUSDR, to come back to our main topic, and what role the EUSDR can play and has to play. I think it has instigated an intense exchange of information and increased mutual understanding between these partners and among tourism stakeholders, which are not very, I mean, we have different also level of development in the different countries. I mean, Austria has a long history of tourism. Also, some other European countries have, and there are some new startups which are very successful, but some maybe face also challenges, especially in the field of infrastructure and service quality. So this contributed to building networks of cooperation, learning from each other, and this is best demonstrated by these well-working partnerships. There were many of them mentioned before, Martina mentioned before, in the framework of the especially EU-funded tourism projects. And in the area of tourism, we had many cooperation projects, especially in the valorization of the rich cultural and natural heritage of the Danube region, as well as, for example, projects on sustainable tourism mobility. Just let me mention Trans-Danube Pearls, or the ongoing Trans-Danube travel stories. And I think this is very important, what Harald said, that the people in the region feel the efforts and the results of the work being there. We are sitting here, which is very interesting, but people want to see that there are results of what the people here are doing and what the governments are doing. And so I think they are very, and especially in tourism, there are very, a lot of projects very important. For example, cultural routes running through various Danube countries, and many of them being certified by the Council of Europe. So all in all, tourism stakeholders are increasingly seeing the Danube region as one common Europe travel destination with an enormous asset. And you talk about that then as a symbol for bringing East and West together. And it's also a symbol for this rich cultural diversity and its natural beauty. And I'm confident that the tourism stakeholder will continue to increasingly build on that asset. And so for us and for our ministry, as well, my colleague, also working at Directorate-General for the tourism, which is also very active in the working group. And we are definitely doing some work in this area as well.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we've heard the big factor that has been affecting all our lives over the past almost 2 years now. And well, we will certainly live with this for some time. We have to live with it for some time. There are huge efforts underway to deal with the situation. The path of recovery that we've steered into now, the goal of prosperity might be a priority for the region, but also for the whole EU, and even globally, if we look at it. Where do you see Austria's responsibility as a partner in the region, given the important factor that the foreign ministry has in that realm?
Well, just to echo Director-General RAUCH-KESCHMANN's, nobody could imagine the fact that the pandemic still determines our everyday lives at the end of 2021. I wouldn't have thought this is possible just a couple of months ago to start with, but let's face reality. And there's also, I think, an undeniable truth in this awful pandemic. We are all sitting in the same boat. Nobody is safe until everybody is safe. We will not prosper, on a specific question, unless also our neighbors and partners in the region and beyond will prosper. We heard the nice example of tourism and the backbone for the Austrian tourism industry. Yet we are experiencing a paradoxon, which is the following: from the notion of an ever closer and larger European Union, countries emphasize today more than ever sovereignty and national identity. And this, although it's more than obvious that practically all pressing issues we face today, from climate to supply chain, economic recovery, are global by nature and cannot be solved by individual nation states alone, but only through international cooperation. And this is true for the pandemic even more, I think, than for anything else. More concretely on your specific question on Austria's role as a partner in the region, there is not only a moral responsibility, but in our own core interest, Austria's interest is that the whole region recovers as soon as possible from this pandemic. I've mentioned human ties, economic cooperation, tourism, safety, security. So we therefore try to help and really make a difference wherever possible. Number one, with our unwavering advocacy for enlargement, including the so-called Central 5 format, with our Central European neighbors and EU partners, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and Slovenia, initiated Central 5 by the then Foreign Minister and now Federal Chancellor Alexander Schallenberg. And we want to help, of course, also ourselves and our neighbors alike with our focus on economic recovery, in particularly also the new Refocus Austria initiative of the Austrian government with trade and business projects in the whole Danube region and beyond. One final element I want to mention is Austria's really outstanding vaccine solidarity with the EUSDR region. More than 2 million vaccine doses were delivered or pledged by and through Austria to exclusively all the Western Balkan countries and other non-EU members of EUSDR, so also including Ukraine and Moldova. And Austria is here per capita by far the most active country in vaccine sharing, the whole region from Bosnia to Ukraine. We're actually a bit proud of this, a bit also myself, since I'm personally coordinating these vaccine sharing projects in the Foreign Ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one last question for His Excellency, the Ambassador, before we have the possibility to open up questions from the audience. Ambassador, as the new ambassador of Romania in Austria, what are the plans and priorities that you have in the Danube region for the next couple of years, maybe going away a little bit from the current situation and the pandemic, and looking into a better future without these restrictions?
Thank you so much for the question, Dr. Schäffer. But before answering your question, I would like, with the benefit of the hindsight, to correct what you in German name small and innocent, but still Schönheitsfehler. Talking about the program of protecting the Art Nouveau monuments in our region, I've used the official denomination, which is Art Nouveau. Well, except some great monuments in Belgrade and Bucharest, and the one definitely in Vienna, the French embassy. It's a beautiful Art Nouveau monument. As I know, we are in, since we're talking in Vienna, on a Viennese scene, and since we've been talking about the Danube strategy, we have to talk about Jugendstil monuments protection. So, and now back to your question. The Danube strategy can continue playing an important role in supporting the state overcome what you've just mentioned, Dr. Schäffer, the current huge crisis, through, for example, well-coordinated joint projects meant to develop sustainable tourism, as my kind predecessors on this floor just said, as well as to support SMEs and transnational innovation in the Danube region. The implementation of concrete projects will contribute to the reduction of economic and social disparities. The strategy's role is essential since EU member states will continue to work with non-EU countries to achieve these aims. I'm looking forward to more concrete steps aimed to transform the Danube into a European green corridor. A concrete example worth mentioning, by which the river transport on the Danube Main-Rhine route could be improved, is the use of a modernized fleet of electric motors powered by hydrogen combustion cells in the future, thus reducing the use of fuel oil. Furthermore, I would love to see projects that unleash the huge potential for tourism of the Danube Delta, a site inscribed on the World Heritage List, the best preserved Europe's Delta, home to over 300 species of birds, as well as 45 freshwater fish species in its numerous lakes and marshes. We will continue to support the development of synergies between the Danube strategy and the EU enlargement process in order to bring the neighboring countries closer to European standards and values. Furthermore, my country encourages the consolidation of links between the Danube strategy and other EU initiatives relevant for the region, such as the Black Sea Synergy and the Common Maritime Agenda for the Black Sea, including through joint actions in the environment, research and innovation, blue economic recovery, clean, green transport and energy. All in all, it remains of utmost importance to continue identifying and implementing concrete projects under the EUSDR, which can lead to the increase of the safety and quality of life of the citizens in the Danube region. I trust that the wonderful work in the EUSDR priority area 1A of our colleagues from the Ministry of Transport of Romania and of Via Donau in Austria will bring further harmonization and support for the development of good policies in the area of waters mobility in the region. Moreover, the RAUCH joint project named Danube Strategy Point proves to be one of the most effective tools for the benefit of the strategy's governance. The wonderful work done so far by our experts in Vienna and Bucharest brought the general recognition by all 14 participating states of the value added to the Secretariat co-hosted by Austria and Romania. Therefore, we shall ensure the prolongation of these joint projects next year and its adequate financial sourcing from the Danube Transnational Program. During the 2019 annual forum of the Danube Strategy, via the Ministers for Foreign Affairs, our respective countries have sent already a clear political message on their willingness to continue to co-host the Secretariat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. We're monitoring the participation of our audience, so don't be shy if you have a concrete question to raise your hand or write it in the chat. It's been directly sent to me. But in the meantime, I would say we've talked a lot about these very different aspects. It's a very big initiative, although maybe it's not that much known even within other European Union member countries. Macro-regional strategies, we have 4 of them in total, cover various areas. We have different centers around waters, but also other geographical areas. If we would engage in bringing macro-regional strategies closer, also outside of the target countries, would you say that there is a possibility, and how would you say could this be done? Whoever wants to tackle this certainly not very easy question.
I could at least try to start, and then colleagues perhaps are willing to add. I agree with you. Unfortunately, you're right. I think the macro-regional strategies are not so much known beyond the countries that are participating. And we know that there are in total 4 macro-regional strategies in the European Union. And of course, the regions focus on their specific participating countries. I think this is just clear and obvious. But I think it's a shared thing and a shared goal. I think here again, the regions, the national level, but also the EU level, meaning the European institutions, they have to do their job. And of course, I mean, I think Romania and Austria did a great job already, but we will try to continue to do so in a way communicating what is being done within the Danube strategy. But I think we need also the European Commission. We need also the European Commissioner responsible for the European for the regional strategies. I mean, I would have liked, to be honest, that the representative of the European Union or the delegation here in Vienna is present for reasons I don't know, obviously not possible to participate, because this could have been also, I think, a good opportunity to exchange with the EU delegation here in Vienna. Having said this, I think it's really a shared goal. We will continue, hopefully, together with our Romanian colleagues and friends to do so for the European Danube strategy, and I think it's really a very important communication effort that this has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we've tried, but unfortunately, it was not possible due to scheduling conflicts. But I'm sure we will be able to continue this exchange, especially since the institutions are not so far away, not only geographically from where we are right now. But thank you very much for that point. Anyone else who wants to chip in on this?
I can just a short reflection, and thank you very much, Harald, for taking up on this. And as you said, Sebastian, we have 4 macro-regional strategies within Europe, and we have several member states who host more than one strategy. In Austria having 2, and for example, Slovenia having 3 macro-regional strategies. So you can see that there is a lot of experience in these countries with the implementation. But when we stay with the Danube strategy, we have a clear signal also in what we call the action plan, is not only to focus on the Danube region itself, but also to have a look at the regional and transnational initiatives that are in the region, because the complementarity and the cooperation with these strategies and initiatives, as we have and as we put it in the action plan, is to work with other initiatives in the region jointly and look and to have a more efficient cooperation. So this is something that already happens on the ground. So I think this is actually that's what we do within the strategy as well.
Yeah, thank you. Simon, you want to add to this?
Maybe we could try to address more the citizens, especially the younger people. Maybe we can think about some citizen dialogue within the Danube region. Could be an interesting tool, and not always address just the experts and officials and go out of your own box, go out of the box, and try to address more the broader range of people and citizens, and especially the young people.
Thank you.
And you're focusing on the results of the work being done. I think this would be perfect for the citizens to show, okay, what is the EU, what are strategies from the European level doing to increase living quality, especially in my regions.
Do we know if there are similar exercises like the Danube Youth Council in the other macro-regional strategies?
I mean, there is a kind of a good example also in the Alpine strategy, and against this background of experiences in the Alpine strategy, there was this very concrete idea also within the Danube strategy, the Danube strategy, because it's of course the right signal. The future generation has to be involved, and I think with the decisions taken at the annual forum in Bratislava to set up this Danube Region Youth Council, I think it's just been the right step.
Mm-hmm. So there is a possibility to actually foster also dialogue between young people within the different macro-regional strategies, and not only within one, but across several macro-regional strategies, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, this is something what already happens, and they are, and we have many organizations within the region, and I'm not talking about the Danube region, the whole European region and beyond, who have been working for years together. So these contacts are here, and as Harald already said, we have looked within the macro-regional world for experiences that we have. But I think in general, to involve more the young people, and this is what you said, is it's not the future, it is now actually. The young people want to decide and want to know what's going to happen tomorrow, but this is not a question of 10 years, this is the question now. And what we also discussed on the within the decision-making process was not to limit the young people only to talk about the young people's topics. This is not just a question of how to have young people in the strategy. It's also about questions we all discuss together. This is about the Green Deal, about digitalization, about the education. And I think this will be a very important, interesting process that we will see in the next years. And this is not just the Danube, this is also the other strategies, to see how the young people can change and maybe be an important driver for the development, for the regional development, and on the whole macro-regional level as well.
Ambassador, please.
Yes, I would like to add up a small point. I think further efforts are needed to increase the visibility of the strategy and to generate more political awareness. I recall that on the occasion of the 10th anniversary, Romania has managed to draw again the attention to the Danube strategy on the EU level, including by flagging its importance in the General Affairs Council. If Austria and the other shareholders, stakeholders and partners will be following this great Romanian precedent, that would be fine for all and everyone.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we are slowly approaching the end of our first panel. Our chairman, Harald Busek, he has tasked me to put together a list of what is important for the development in our region over the next years. And I'm always looking for synergies. And if I have these brilliant minds with me, I want to use maybe the last round of questions to pick your brains, and I will duly note that down, and of course attributes and cite them correctly when I deliver it to our chairman. So my last question, the same question to all of you, would be what you think is an important factor for the prosperous future development of the EUSDR. And I would like to start with you, Your Excellency, Ambassador.
I'm not quite sure that I quite understood your question, Dr. Schäffer.
I'm looking for the most important factors for a prosperous development of the EUSDR in the future. So what would be the factor, the one factor from your side that you would say is most important?
European solidarity as a backdrop, so to speak, general platform. And within this European framework, I think the prosperity within our regional Donauländer will be almost guaranteed. Then we have to look to the others as well, who are not members of the EU right now, but still members of our Danube strategy. Serbia, for instance, West Balkan lands, and Ukraine. So I'm greeting the fact that Ukraine will be taking over the flag of our common enterprise.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. From ambassador to ambassador.
Yes, thank you. First of all, just as a kidding remark to start with, I wouldn't have known when preparing for this panel that we are doing a bit helping you doing your homework. just to start with. Well, actually, I think it's really commitment, ownership of all the stakeholders on all the levels, and including also political engagement. I think we need also a number of tangible, visible flagship projects. I just want to single out one. This Danube River Research Management Project, this integrated Danube water management laboratory. It's being built now with EU funds in Vienna. Here in Vienna is just an outstanding example. I think it's really a unique one. If I had to mention just one single factor, general factor, it's EUSDR has to contribute to improve every day's life of people in the region. I think that has been already mentioned before. I'm happy as national coordinator to be able, hopefully, to continue to contribute to achieving this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. And then from the other national coordinator.
Well, okay, one fact is impossible for me after such an intensive discussion. Okay, I say it's not possible for me, so sorry for that. I think we have to be proud and to take care of the basis we have. We have the EUSDR as a basis and as a strategy, and this remains important as an asset and the potential for the whole region. We have to take care about this strategy, and we have to talk about the strategy and to make it more famous, more public. The ideas which came here now to go to young people, to go to the citizens, to show the results, I think is really important, and to make clear there is a basis and we have to work with this. We talked a lot about the governance approach. I think the specific multi-level and cross-sectoral partnership, this is important, and this we have to bring to life. And maybe it might be a bit of a backwind that the awareness for the regional level in general was increased during the pandemic. So people care about the regional level. They say that they want to focus on this regional level. And normally when people get, when things are getting for the people more important, maybe the political focus and the political scope and drive is coming in the following. So maybe this is a chance and one of the rare positive aspects of this pandemic. But the concrete progress will continue to require. This is really the sustained concrete joint work on the common challenges and projects, and this is very important. And here, a big thanks to all of the people working here together, partnership, especially with Harald, you and your team. And I want to mention Roland Abda, which is in my team, responsible for all this work and does this for a very long time. And there's really, there are so many people working with so much passion and knowledge in this area, which is really important. I think the link, this overarching strategic narrative gives us the opportunity, when we have this long breath, that the Danube strategy will be an asset to the future. And very important for the whole work, policy processes has to be accompanied by good communications, exchange, and inspiring reflections. And for this, please write it down. I would like to thank the organizers, all of them, but especially to the IDM. To you, and in particular to the chairman, Erhard Busek, which I'm a real big fan of him, following him, I think, nearly 50 years in his political work. And I think he had very valuable contributions to the EUSDR work, and especially for the development of this region through the last decades, I think his entire life and political life. And really a big thank you from my side personally and in the name of the ministry. And I hope we can celebrate the 15th and 20th anniversary. We would love to be back here.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Martina.
Yes, I think my argument is very much along the lines of the colleagues. I think we have to continue to provide use cases for our stakeholders. We have to prove continuously that working on this macro-regional dimension is an added value for our communities. I mean, let's just take, for example, our researchers. At the end, they don't care where they work. They are very international. But if you provide them a use case, why it is important to work in this in this Danube setting and what the specific challenges are. As far as we have seen, they are happy to be on board with that, but you really have to provide these use cases for your communities on why it is important to work on the EUSDR level and in this macro regional setting. And I've written it also in the chat. I think in this sense also it will be really an important task, and I think this is something also the strategy point is working very hard on, is this embedding exercise, making everyone and especially also the different EU level programs aware of the fact that we work in regional contexts.
Thank you very much, Martina. Robert.
Thank you. I was just thinking about one word, and it's, as you said, it's difficult. But I would go for cooperation. I think this is actually the one thing that you can let's say that describes the strategy and this transnational cooperation. And if you go a bit further, I think, and we heard this already, and thanks at this stage also to ambassador and both ambassadors for. And this is what the strategy needs. It needs political commitment. And we can see it in a daily work. When there is political commitment, the strategy works. When the political commitment goes back, it's difficult. Still, we do have the cooperation on a technical level, which has been going on for over 10 years. And we have experts who basically work with each other for many years. So it's both levels, to have the strong support of the political level, to have the support of the technical level, of the thematic level, all the colleagues working within the ministries, within non-governmental institutions, everyone who is involved, and to keep up the pace here. Thank you, Martina, for coming on a very, very important topic, which was not mentioned today, but I think that everyone who's working the strategy knows this, is the question of embedding, what we call the embedding, which basically means to have enough financial means to implement the strategy, and again, returning to what you said before, to have projects on the ground, to have concrete results. And this is also something which is connected to the cooperation, because from the European level, for the first time now, the strategies are forced to cooperate even more closely, because the EU funding is now coming in a way where countries have to do this. So if you speak about national operational programs, if you speak about transnational programs, cross-border programs, here we need to align each other, countries with their priorities, and this is also a chance. So again, cooperation also on the level of the financing. And again, last but not least, it's about also communication and to showing the visibility that the strategy is not just something being in the cloud and discussing policy and discussing things that don't matter for the people. So once again, I think this is the most important thing: improve the life of the people who live in the regions, no matter where they live. And I think this is the basic motto and what strategy is about.
We've heard a lot of points.
Yes.
Is there something to add?
The most important points have been said already, but from my point of view, and it's not a big surprise, I would like to emphasize that please make the regions and also the cities more visible within the whole Danube region, within the EUSDR. Use the creativity and the flexibility of the regions and cities. And again, maybe we should try to address more the young people and not just the experts and the officials.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
May I just add one element? It's really important also for me. My statement was short, perhaps too short. I would like also to thank my colleague Harald, who's also with us in the room, because he's looking after the Danube strategy on a daily basis with big commitment. Just to give him also the thank he deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well,
Sebastian,
thank you.
Sorry,
Yes.
Sebastian, can I just add one point? I think also we should mention that actually Austria is a really best practice case of national coordination. I think usually all of my colleagues envy me for the fact that we have such an effective and great national coordination where we permanently exchange on what is happening in the different areas. and with the different colleagues. So also the thanks from my side to the Austrian colleagues and especially also to Roland Abter for years now, that they have made such a valuable contribution to making this a success in this really great Austrian national coordination of the strategy.
Wonderful. He can hear your thanks because he's also in the room. Ambassador, who would you like to thank?
Final point. We are also in front of the new EU financial multi-annual framework, 2021 plus. Although the EU cohesion funds diminished by 20%, the EU budget has to continue to be an important tool for the implementation of the EU regional strategy, including by financing cooperation among all Danube stakeholders. Towards this aim, the policy objectives of the Danube strategy will have to be fully aligned with those of the EU financing programs ongoing embedding process. This is all. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. So now I would like to say thank you to all of you, not only for the valuable insights and the very good summary that we have had here, for coming to us and having this first event in our new seminar room, but also for doing a little bit of my homework. Please excuse if I use that, but I have another 4 events this week only that I am involved in, so I need to create the synergies, but we manage with the help of the team and everyone who is in the background to do this. Please stay with us because we're going to we will have a second panel in the afternoon with equally fantastic guests. The panel is called The Future of Higher Education, Shrinking Autonomy or Growing Opportunities, which will be chaired by my colleague Daniela Apaydin. But before we go on a lunch break, another important aspect that we have not mentioned yet, also within the EUSDR, but especially within the Danube region, is of course culture. Therefore, please, everyone, offline and online, stay with us for our lunch break, which will be featuring a short concert live with Andrea Nikolić on the violin. The first piece will be by Lehrer Auerbach, Tfilach, which translates to prayer, and Andrea will lead you through the rest of the program. Thank you very much and enjoy.
Thank you, IDM, for the invitation. This was the prayer by the famous contemporary composer Lera Auerbach. And I will continue with 3 more pieces like this, more or less. Contemporary pieces by living composers who are connected with Vienna and also the Danube region. So the next 2 composers are of Bosnian origin, and they're living and working in Vienna. First of them is Asmir Jakupović, whose work Imam jednu želju, or I have one wish, he has written for me in 2016, as well as the next piece by Olja Janusz, 4th movement, 4. stavak, is the part of the same cycle, Wondrous Landscape, which I have commissioned for my festival, RAUCH Classic Festival in Bosnia and Herzegovina, for the year 2016, and premiered it there as well. The theme of the pieces is a poem, Wondrous Landscape by Adisa Basic, and then each of the 4 movements has been written by one of the young living contemporary composers. So these are 3rd and 4th movement, and the themes of each movement are actually Bosnian traditional songs, Sevdalinkas. So the title itself for the first one, Imam jednu želju, says I have one wish, is a tragic love song. I have one wish to kiss your lips one last time, but this wish will remain unfulfilled, and the memory or this desire will remain for the entire life as an unhealable wound. Imam jednu želju da ti tvoja medna usta još jednom poljubim. Imam jednu želju da ti tvoja medna usta još jednom poljubim. Para se nikada iz sna next piece, or the fourth movement by Olja János, was written as a deconstruction of another Sevdalinka, Zvijezda Tjera Mjeseca. The star is chasing the moon. But again, as well, it is a love song. Not such a tragic one as the previous one, but it is rather ironic, in which the girl is refusing the boy because he gave ripe and beautiful red apples to another girl, and to her he gave the wilted ones. So she says, may your soul wilt as well like these wilted apples. And Olja used this theme to kind of juxtapose two characters, one youthful and cheerful one, and another one kind of a misanthropist. And there is a middle part which represents this old grumpy misanthropist man, and beginning and the ending is this youthfulness which prevails. So kind of a feminist moment here, perhaps, where the woman out of spite, she gets her way and actually remains independent, as in many traditional Bosnian songs is actually not the case. But in this contemporary deconstruction of this Sevdalinka, well, we have for us a happy ending. Zvijezda tjera mjeseca, za goru ga otjera, za goricom vodica, na vodici curica, bijelo lice umiva. Za goricom vodica, na vodici curica, bijelo lice umiva. And the final piece is by the wonderful Austrian composer Johanna Dodera. Also a very amazing, strong woman with a great opus of work, who wrote this cadenza number 3, somewhere between 2013 and 2014. And cadenza represents an ending in violin concertos, or in many piece. Cadenza means a virtuosic ending of today already of a quite virtuosic and unusual program. And I want to thank also my technical support, FAULHAMMER from NDW Wien, the team from the audio video department in the University of Music and Performing Arts Vienna, who hopefully together with me and IDM team, we have managed to, as close as possible, give you the experience of a live performance, which I hope next time will happen really in person, so that the technology part we can use only as an archive, not as a transmission medium. I hope you have enjoyed the program and you will enjoy this final piece.
Since nobody has been able to clap, that's one of the sadder things of this new hybrid format. I'm going to do this. Andrea, thank you very much for this cultural break from your side. Thank you very much for joining us, and despite the circumstances and despite the maybe challenging sound environment, for enriching our lunch break. We will continue this lunch break for another 36 minutes, which means you will see a screensaver for the time being. Get yourself a coffee, get yourself something to eat. I think we need to get new strength after this very demanding, due to the fact that it has been so topically rich first panel. And we are very much looking forward to welcome you back at 1 o'clock with the second panel chaired by my colleague, Daniela Apaydin. Thank you very much and see you then.
Okay, I hope everybody hears me, and we are back from the lunch break in a great cultural intervention from Andrea Nikolić. I would like to warmly welcome you now at the second panel of the Danube Conference 2021. My name is Daniela Apaydin. I'm a research associate at the Institute for the Danube Region and Central Europe, IDM. And I'm very much looking forward to sharing especially this panel entitled The Future of Higher Education, Shrinking Autonomy or Growing Opportunities. In the first panel, we learned a lot about macro-regional approaches and the EUSDR in the current crisis. Living a highly entangled region, such as the Danube region, the exchange and diffusion of knowledge are crucial for prosperity. Access to knowledge has never been easier than today, but unfortunately, we find ourselves also confronted with a decrease of trust in science and academia in general. We also see, for example, campaigns of disinformation, particularly in the Danube region. Are current effects of the public sphere also affecting universities? And the other way around, how do defects of the higher education sectors shape the public sphere and the society? We will discuss these and other questions together, and we aim to facilitate a cross-border debate with experts on common problems and perspectives in the higher education sectors in the region. I'm very honored to welcoming now the 4 distinguished guests on our virtual online panel. Please allow me to introduce them with a few sentences, as their biographies and academic experiences are particularly interesting in the context of our today's topic. So I'm cordially welcoming Professor Dr. Ferenc Hudec. He is a professor of organic chemistry at the Eötvös-Loránd University. He served there as head of the department and as a head of the research group of peptide chemistry at the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. He obtained a PhD and received a doctorate in science, and he became a full member of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences in 2016. Among others, Professor Hudec was rector of the Eötvös-Loránd University ELTE between 2006 and 2010, and the honorary president of the Danube Rectors Conference. Since 2020, he's working as elected vice president of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. It's an honor to have you here, Ferenc. Also with us today is University Professor Dr. Peter Parizek. He's Vice Rector of Educational Affairs and Academic Continuing Education and Digital Transformation of the University for Continuing Education, Donau-Universität Krems. He is full professor for e-governance and head of the Department for E-Governance and Administration at the Danube University. And in January 2020, he became the CDO of the Danube University Krems and is responsible for the digital transformation strategy. As a lawyer and graduate of the master's program in telematics, his work is in the intersection of legal, organizational, and technological developments. Great to have you here, Peter. And from the University of Rijeka, I'm very happy to welcome Professor Dr. Snežana PRIJIČ-SAMARŽIJA. She's the rector of the University of Rijeka and a professor of philosophy. She has become increasingly recognized in the European higher education area. She argues, for example, for initiatives promoting the development of European universities. In 2020, she was elected to the Governing Council for the drafting of the European University Association strategy. And among others, she is a member of the steering committee for education policy and practices at the Council of Europe. Nice to have you here, Snežana. And our panel is perfectly completed with Dr. Laura Wiesberg. She's a senior social scientist based in Vienna. Her research interests are forms, causes, and effects of social inequality. For her academic work, she was awarded with several prizes, among others with the Danubius Young Scientist Award that we had learned already a lot about it today. Laura is dedicated to science communication in the general public, and in her book In bessere Gesellschaft, published in 2018, She gets to the bottom of the human longing for superiority. So that's also very, very interesting, and we most likely come to this topic again. So welcome to all of you now from here. We are here at the IDM in Vienna. I would like to start this discussion and the first round, which will more or less go about the past and the present of universities with Laura Wiesbach. I would like to start with you as an expert for causes and effects of social inequality. Do you see linkages between long-term legacies of social inequality and the higher education sectors in the region? What inequalities in general shape universities today? And are there dependencies between quality issues or inequality issues and the current attacks on freedom of academia? I know that's a big question, but I think we can for sure bring this discussion together forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It's actually 3 questions. I'm not sure if I'm able to answer all of them, but might talk about some points. So first of all, social inequality and universities linkages. When we look at Austria, for example, we know that social mobility in terms of the highest educational achievement has been declining. So 15% in Austria are able to achieve a higher educational qualification than their parents, which is much lower than in the 70s, for example. So this is something that we can observe. When we talk when we think about recent changes in the academic system and social inequality, first of all, I think it's important to stress that academia it lacks career certainty, especially for young researchers, especially in the 3rd decade of their lives, when there is a certain kind of forced mobility in the postdoc phase. At the same time, it is a life phase when settlement and financial stability gains importance. In Europe, we know there is an interesting study comparing the continents and the academic systems. In Europe, we know, I have to read it because I don't remember it, 83% name uncertain professional prospects the biggest problem in academia. In Asia, the rate is 15% when it comes to uncertain professional prospects. So, and in America, it's 44%. So in Europe, the uncertain professional prospects is a huge issue for researchers, and it also leads to certain kind of inequalities. For example, in Austria, we know the fact that women in academia have less children is not due to the fact that they don't want children. Most of them want children. Most of them want 2 children, as we know from studies. But they decide against having children because it would hinder or end their professional career. And the COVID-19 pandemic has strengthened also those gender differences within the academic system, which we know from certain studies that show that care work has been carried out by women, also by female researchers, and there was less time for publications, for writing proposals, which is essential for their careers. So this is something that I would say in the context of social inequality is important given current circumstances. And in general, I would also like to stress, you mentioned in the beginning, the exchange of knowledge is very important. I would say, yes, definitely. Also, it's something that I aim to do and force to do, especially with public discourse, with media, but it is not valued within the academic system enough. Of course, it is perceived in a good way. Third mission, it's important to do that, but you don't get jobs if you do that. You get jobs if you publish a lot of journal publications and have third-party funding. So also, if you have that and additionally participate in public discourse, it's more efficient for your career to publish within the scientific community than to exchange results. So these are a few points I would say are important.
Thank you very much, Laura, for this input, and I think it will help us for the next round of discussion also to see these issues always in the context of inequality discourses and also the question of diversity and fairness and career security, as you mentioned. Thank you very much. So, Snejana, I would like to dig a bit deeper into the past and tradition of universities. And with this, the University of Rijeka was founded in the 1970s. So actually, it's a pretty young university in the region, but nevertheless, it has seen many fault lines of history actually in this young history. So do you think there is an something like that, an East-West divide in European university landscape? And what can be the contribution of your university or the University of so-called East to the European university landscape?
Thank you. Yes, my university is actually young university, but it's interesting what Laura said, and when you asked me about a certain gap between the, let us say, west and north of the Europe on the one side and the east and the south of Europe on the other side, namely, there is a so-called European Innovation Score. You know, this is the publication published by EU, probably you know about that. And there is a gap between, let us say, innovators, and many countries in this Danube region, actually, in this east and south of Europe. It belongs actually to this EU 13 country members. Actually, we can perceive a kind of gap in the innovation. We are all, for instance, also Croatian universities, you know, in this category of emerging innovators, actually the lowest category of the innovators. On the other side, you know, the best innovators in the domain of research and innovation. So the articles, publications, projects, innovations are the universities at the north and western, from the north and western Europe. But what is actually it's concerning the Laura's question. Give me to think that this gap between the innovations, between the, let us say, scientific productivity in research and development is highly correlated with the status of democracy in these countries, and also the status of these countries in this, like I say, competitiveness indexes. So we can notice a kind of correlation between the level of social equality, the level of, let us say, well-being at one side, the level of the democracy on the other side, which means institutional autonomy and academic freedom at the universities, and the results, scientific results. And this is, it seems to me, very, very important that we notice this kind of, not a causation, but definitely correlation. So when we are thinking about, you know, past and present, of course, we know about our heritage. We are, my country is country, let us say, in transition. But definitely our task, the task at of the European universities is to overcome this kind of gaps, you know. And the question is how we can do that, you know, through the European University Initiative, to the other initiatives, of course, but we need to be aware of this kind of gaps between the universities and the countries. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up question on this. Do you think then that the universities coming from countries or located in countries that have undergone a recent tradition, are still in this transitioning process, have maybe more resilience or even more innovative properties in this regard than, let's say, Austria, for example?
Yeah. Actually, it's a question of democratic culture. It's a question of institutional climate. It is question, my point is that this is related strongly with the, let us say, research capacities about the human resources at these universities. But, you know, we can notice that there is a kind of, like to say, institutional culture at these universities, probably the general circumstances, political, economical, that actually strengthen, you know, the universities in countries in North and West Europe, in the contrast, you know, in comparison with the East and the South. Yeah.
Since we already spoke about innovation, I would like to bring this further to Professor PRIJIČ. Peter, you're an expert on the effects of technology on state, society, and economy. And in technology, we see a lot of growing spaces at the moment, such as new participation possibilities, for example, but it also bears new threats, such as I already mentioned, disinformation, the spread of disinformation, but also biased algorithms, filter bubbles, and so on. So how do you think did the technological advancements of knowledge production and distribution shape the societal functions of universities? Were there any effects on this in your observation?
Oh, thanks. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks also for the question. So you mentioned, so is not technology? It's a neutral. It's a neutral process. Is it good? Is it bad? It is reflecting humanity. So it's reflecting our human processes. So, but it's not just reflecting. It's amplifying it, and maybe that's in some cases becomes a big issue. So if you amplify something, if you strengthen something in a negative process, a negative political discussion process, then we see the results which we all discuss since Brexit, the Trump campaign, and in general campaigning. So it's amplifying, it's strengthening, it's increasing these kind of political processes. So and nowadays we still are not knowing how we should deal with these phenomena. So, but in the core, it's a natural process. So because these it's not based on just on technology, it is a feeling in the society. So parts of the societies are not satisfied with the political processes. But the issue is that the filter bubbles, which we discussed in theory 20 years ago, now we see them in full action. And these also democracies are struggling with these phenomena. And as I mentioned, we are still not able to deal with that. And we will see how we can find new governance systems together with these new political spheres. And social media and social networks are political spheres. So it's not just technology or a business platform. It's public. So it's technology based public sphere, and public sphere needs some governance in democratic countries, and we are still lacking. So we still have not dealt with these companies, and the companies obviously are not able to deal with these different so still we know that based on the last leaks from Facebook that the business focus is much stronger and more important in these companies. So and therefore we need to find some balance and some governance structures for these platforms, because they are not healthy. So we know that at the moment they are, and at the current state, at the current services are not very healthy for democracies.
Thank you. And maybe also one follow-up question to technology. How do you think that if you look more inside, now we look very much on the public sphere, but if you look at inside on universities themselves, what do you think that the Corona crisis and the experience of very strong, quick digitalization of teaching, for example, but also of research collaboration, etc. What do you think is your first take? How did it shape the self-identities of universities?
I'm not sure if it reshaped the identities of universities, but it started a process of reflecting about the question, how do we use these technologies in the future? So they said, and there was a nice survey in Germany, and the public universities were asked, how would they like to reshape their teaching, as one example. And 15% of the public universities in Germany said they want to go back to the teaching format before COVID-19. But that means, so 15 want to stay and continue their tradition of in-class teaching, but the 85% are really, so 85% of the German public universities are thinking about how do we shape our teaching in the near future. So I think it didn't reshape the universities, but it started the process. So every university needs to find out what is the mixture of different teaching formats and these aspects. Under the bottom line, I think we also need to be very critical with ourselves, because the technology is available since 20 years, but we didn't accelerate and we didn't innovate our teaching formats. Especially in Europe, maybe that's different in the Anglo-American countries, but all the innovation which happened during COVID-19 that would have been possible based on the technology level since the last 20 years. So from the teaching perspective, COVID-19 was a good driver of innovation, and now it needs a strategic process within the universities. How do we want to shape our universities in the future? I think just going back, could be a possibility for some traditionals say we only teach in class, but I think for most of our universities, this is not a valid strategy. But to find the right balance, that will be super challenging for all of us. And I think if in this process we are reshaping our and maybe shaping our identities.
Thank you very much. It's very exciting to think of the possibilities now that we saw how much is possible actually during this crisis time. Professor Hurez, I would like to continue with you. As a long-standing observer of academia, you have witnessed crucial changes in the higher education system. If you're looking back at your own career and your experiences, what fault lines in the university's self-image do you see, or in the traditions of universities? You're still muted. We cannot hear you, unfortunately.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the invitation. And it's a very complex question, and it takes some time, I think a few days or a few weeks to answer, but we don't have a few days for that. So in summary, for me, it is interesting to observe that the value of knowledge, how it changes. Something like 20, 30 years ago, it was a little bit more elevated understanding of the usefulness of knowledge. Now the knowledge is also accepted to be an existent element of our life, but much more oriented towards practicalities. So one of the tendency what can observe that the humanities, knowledge in humanities, are getting much less share in our life, or not in our life, in the higher education, and many more subjects which could lead to engineering or practicalities, medicine, etc., has higher attraction for students and also for the society. The second element is this effect is very much correlated with the value of knowledge from the viewpoint of the society. So if the society appreciate knowledge, then the perspectives are much better. Now, with the appearance, for example, of the fake news and the fake facts, there is an uncertainty in many domains of the public, how to distinguish between the scientific knowledge and understanding from the bullshits. The third is how a governance could handle this kind of problems. I mentioned just, for example, from a university leadership perspectives and the financing. So nowadays it's much more easy to get extra funding for a practical, practice-oriented knowledge, like non-humanities related studies, but very little understanding could exist on the real needs and the real differences of needs of these two big domains. So that's why the financial situation of a university is very much depending on the ownership, on the association with the existing governance, private or public university, and very much correlating with the research-oriented industry. And this could lead to a big gap between the financing a faculty of humanities or law, etc., and the financing of, for example, science-related disciplines. Shortly, justice is a beginning. Probably I would add one more items which was coming from the history, that the first models of the universities based on the Bologna principles and based on the Prussian models, Humboldtian University, are much more different. That was a need for generated by the students to have their tutors around, and they were investing this kind of activities. Then the French model became very popular to have a state-owned university system, which is very much useful for the administration of the governance. And lastly, the American type of higher education is on the screen, which is a real mix of private and non-private enterprises in connection with higher education. So this is a big change, a big shift during the last centuries in the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and great that you mentioned these different traditions, because I think that's something that you, in public discourse and universities, you don't take often the time to think about the very long-term perspective of this. If we still go into this direction and lost certain maybe values or properties from this original traditions, maybe. I would like to maybe follow up with the question of in how far this universities and academics or academia in Hungary contributed maybe to the societal polarization that the country is struggling clearly with. In your experience, was there also some role of the universities and of academia in this issue?
It's not an easy question. This is in my mind, it is a typical reflection to handling problems in our society. If something is not efficient enough, the first move is to change the structure. So not working on the content, methodology, but to change the structure. What is happening here, that's a huge change to have a state or public-owned university system and transform it to a foundation-driven sort of system, which is a probably a understanding or misunderstanding of the mainly American system, but that is not clear what are the added value. On one hand, these universities are now under the control of a curatorium, of a body of the foundation, and the composition of this body is very much dependent perhaps not only on the scientific value of the members or experience in different fields, but also on orientation in everyday politics. And this is not a good signal to the public that if these bodies, these foundations are oriented towards an actual governance, then this will lead to nowhere. And that's why I think a reform public university or the financial question oriented goal, combining the public and the private goods, could have a much more democratic and perspective. I think perhaps it was no time or no willingness to analyze the details of the Anglo-Saxon kind of foundation related higher education, and the universities were under huge financial pressure and nice goals, impressive goals, and that's why they were indicating their willingness to make the change. I hope my words could be understood.
Thank you very much for this answer, and also kind of bridging the gap again to the questions of economy, and also social inequalities maybe as or general crisis situations. I would like to just tell our participants who are with us in Zoom or on Facebook that they are also able to raise their hands and join us for the debate, or also just leave their question in the chat. They will be transferred to me, so we can also, if you have any question to the panelists, please do so. You can do this at any time. Would like to go for the next round a bit more into the question of Europeanization of universities, and I would like to keep this round pretty open. So whoever would like or has some associations to it or some ideas is invited to start with this round. I would like to discuss how cultural cohesion and Europeanization take place at universities and which further steps need to be implemented. So, for example, from the perspective of Croatia, a newer member state of the European Union might have a complete different perspective maybe on the European university landscape than be it an Austrian older member state. So maybe Snejana, if you would like to start with your take on this, where do you see the Europeanization? What does it mean actually for you? Because it's also a big question, and where do you see positive and negative effects of it?
Thank you for the question. Probably I need to say some disclaimer at the beginning, because I'm really, the believer of the European idea and the European values. Definitely, we personally, it's a personal question, but also it seems to me that institutional, my university, we are very much open to this idea and to building this European, let us say, identity, European virtues, European values. What I mean when I said European values, what actually is put it in the Charter of the Fundamental Human Rights. I mean, democracy, freedom, equality, human dignity. Of course, the Europeanization and the Europeanism is much more wider than these fundamental rights or values. But we definitely believe, in the idea of harmony, of peace, of enlightenment. And definitely as the university, we recognize our role, in that, in building these values. And when you mentioned before, Austria, now I just need to mention one initiative actually from the Austrian Rectors Conference, is the Universities for Enlightenment, concerning these European values and the idea of the Europeanism. It's actually the platform. I don't know whether you know something about that. The platform of the 10 rectors conferences from the West, it's Switzerland, Germany, Italy. On the East, we have the Poland, Czech Republic, at the South, Serbia, I think so, and the Croatian, Austria, of course, are there. And this is very strong. We signed a declaration in which we actually noted that we are aware of for all the threats to the European idea, to the harmony, to the peace, to the democracy. And we definitely recognize the role of the university, you know, how to contribute to the freedom against the alternative facts, against the culture of ignorance, against the fake news, against all these culture of amateurism, you know, in the bad sense. So when you ask me about the Europeanism and Europeanization, I also need to mention that this great idea that is actually very refreshing for us in Croatia, European University Initiative. You know, this is, and we joined one alliance. It's a youth alliance, Young Universities for Future of Europe. And this is actually, there are 10 universities completely devoted to the Europe, to the better future of Europe, you know. So when you ask me about the Croatia, we found our soulmates, university soulmates in, for instance, university like, you know, Maastricht, Antwerp, and the other in our alliance, and we are and more and the soulmates we find, and the common strategic vision actually we find in their strategies. It's much more closer to us than, for instance, some universities in Croatia. In my region. So this kind of sharing the knowledge, sharing the experiences, promoting the diversities is definitely, you know, something that Europeanism need to bring us and to enhance all of us. Concerning my previous note about the crisis of democracy and the innovation gap.
Thank you very much. Somebody else who would like to continue with that? Yes, Peter?
Thanks. Yeah, I like that a lot, because as we know also in the field of innovation research, that diversity leads to innovation. So we could use it for innovation, but it also could bring us together as one. It's not really one nation, because we have so wonderful different cultures, but it brings us together, and through these strong networks, maybe we can safeguard also democracy. And if you look to the root cause of the European Union, it was not the business networks, it was to safeguard democracy in Europe. And maybe under this lens, the European University Initiative becomes it's much more than scientific, like a scientific network. Maybe it's also for safeguarding democracy. I didn't look at this lens on this initiative, but through this discussion, I like this idea very much so, because as we see and as we know from the past, so the political influence on universities or from autocracies, you can't safeguard it, if you just look at one nation. But maybe we can safeguard it if universities become a strong network of universities in whole Europe. Maybe that's this has really also a democratic dimension, which I was not aware of before we started this wonderful discussion.
Maybe I would like to add something. This scheme and idea is excellent, also because we can learn how the others are thinking. We will understand what are the thoughts and what are the background thoughts if we are in contact. If we have joint courses, then our students will understand how this problem is seen, for example, in East European countries or in the Danube region, and not only personal, but Facebook kind of links can be developed on this ground. And we in Europe are willing to share our common values. So we have to identify these shared values And we have to identify some sort of actions which are based on these values. So to practice how to emphasize or common values in very different domain of knowledge and everyday life. What is not a good idea, or would not be an idea which I appreciate, is expansion of a university by establishing campuses. It is not happening in Europe, basically, but we can have excellent examples from United States or even from China. These countries started to promote the exportation of the institutions like universities, and having American universities in Dubai or other part of the world. And this is a creation which is not very understandable, because a university always brings a culture to the other. And if we are willing to understand the culture of the others, then we need a partnership, not an export-import kind of exercise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ferenc. And with this, I would like to go back, go to Laura, and also maybe mention or sum it up as you were using Europeanization very much with the term of democratization as well, as kind of a synonym, of course. I find it very interesting then if we want to practice the values of democracy, then we have to practice them, of course, also within the universities, and there it comes the university cultures, and there also comes the question of inequalities or hierarchies again. So Laura, do you think that we also have to change a bit or reflect on the university cultures in this regard?
Well, yeah, I would stress everything that has been said, but from the perspective of a young researcher who's trying to establish his or her career, we know that what is important to be able to get a job is to collect symbolic capital, to be mobile at universities that are highly ranked. So even if you would like to establish connections and cooperations, some kind of connections and cooperations are devalued within the elitist system of academia. For example, I taught classes at the University of Ghana, and the professor there, who became my friend, he told me that there are no cooperations from professors who went to Canada, from Ghana to Canada to Europe or the like, because it is devalued within the academic system. They try to cooperate with Stanford University or University of Amsterdam in order to to enhance their career. So we also have to look upon how the reality of academia is from the position of people who need to establish themselves. I would also like to add something. I think that was very important what has been said, the usability, the research that is conducted with the principle of how useful it is in humanities. I think that's very important. And I think the point that universities are not financed enough and that they depend on third-party funding creates the reality that there are interests connected with it. Not only if we think of corporations like VW in Germany or other corporations who fund research, it's kind of obvious there, but also, for example, when the city of Vienna wants me, for example, to conduct a study about migrants in Vienna, then me as a sociologist, as a researcher, I cannot start a discussion about who is considered a migrant. Why do we call people moving from from one country to another differently? Why are people who are white and highly qualified and working in international corporations called expats, and people who are less qualified called migrants? How are social hierarchies reproduced by that? It's not possible, because they want a research that says migrants in Vienna have a lower life expectancy or something else. So the research is inevitably oriented toward market interests, towards certain kind of interests. And this I think is a huge problem, especially when it comes to humanities and social science. And even worse problem is when there is political influence on research. In Austria, we had that also. So there was this economic research institution, and that it is financed by the Ministry of Finance, and it was problematic that a researcher said something critical concerning the governmental regulations. So even if it's not obvious, like it is when corporations are funding, or even if politicians or politics try to influence research, even through the fact that universities depend on third-party funding, creates a certain kind of interests and restricts also the topics that we are able to conduct research on.
Shana, you would like to?
Yeah, I just want to mention, to add something concerning, the idea of Europeanization before actually Laura developed, her topic. I just want to say that also we in the last years, let us say, we concentrated a lot on this European issue, European identity, values, etc., etc. But now we also should not forget, our global international relations. So this is also very much important, Not all, I do not mean only, this transatlantic US, Canada, or the other side, the Korea or China, very, very developed, let us say, higher education systems. But I also think on the global South, so concerning all these European values, European virtues, Europeanization, our focus on the Europe, we need not to forget, to cooperate, for instance, with the people, and to tackle with the problems of the people from the global South, from the universities, from the global South. I mean, Afghan, but I also many other things and many other people, the systems that actually, it seems our European duty is to think also, how to develop this kind of internationalization. Yeah, also, yeah. Enough. I just want to say more, but probably, the other would like, to join to that.
Is there any response or comment to what Snejana or Laura said? Otherwise, I think we just continue the discussion that was already opening now about the financing of universities, because of course that's the resources that's very, very influential on where universities develop in future and how to develop. And so universities have been trying to balance their tight budgets with fee-based study programs or third-party funding, increased collaborations with industry. At the same time, Ferenc already mentioned it, we also see a restructuring of the university systems itself, or structures itself, to kind of create new financing models or make it easier to collaborate and even more than collaboration in this regard, I would say even diffusion with industry of universities. So maybe we go back to Ferenc Hudec at this point, and you could give us a bit more of insights in what is going on in Hungary, what this so-called renationalization maybe also of the university sector means in praxis, and maybe from your point of view, I mean, the Academy of Sciences also has a very special role in that. So maybe you can just give a bit more insight so that we also learn from each other.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. It's a very important element of the philosophy of universities or higher education. In my mind, the mission of universities is a service the service of the public. And the responsibility is not located to a city or a country. The responsibility is for the mankind. So we have to be very high level. We have to provide this service to recognize the challenges which we have in this globe. And from this very sophisticated statement, we have to work on our local mission. So there is an analysis, I think one of the Californian universities president was saying that think globally, assess regionally, and act locally. So in a way, I think the university or higher education system has a full responsibility of the future of the mankind. Just in brackets, that was a huge study still functioning. This is a global challenge. It's a Millennium Project. Maybe you are aware of this project. It was established before 2000, and still they have a very active network, and they have identified 15 global challenges, and they are monitoring by using a huge number of indicators what are the progress in those fields. So if let's go to the earth, if we realize, or the government is realizing that the universities are very expensive and they have no enough resources from the public income to finance, then they have an option to pressurize university management to look for alternative fundings. But this is the avenue which could go very badly and could attract unwanted developments, like Laura mentioned very, very nicely. And this is it is not dependent only on the field, because as we have seen in social sciences as well as in chemistry, one can have research for a company or for a society, and which has very, very little contribution for solving the problem. It will be this construction could be very much misused if the message of a study, like in sociology, is prepared to satisfy the party, then it is not sure that this will be serving the public goods or the public interest. So that's why I think the financing universities, in my mind, it's two models could exist: the public financing, which is under the control of the public, and the private financing, which is of course under the private incomes. And if it is declared very clearly, then one could have some sort of understanding what to expect from one or the other type of higher education system. This is for now. Thank you.
Yeah, Peter. Peter PRIJIČ, I would like to get maybe your response or comment on this development that we see in Hungary, but might also spread to other countries as a general idea of what the missions of universities are. As being the vice rector of the Danube University, UWK, where do you see current challenges in this regard, and what is your take how to build up resilience against this?
I'm not in a position to make any statements to the Hungarian development, because I'm not an expert in this field. But if we look general to the funding of or the budget of universities, and if you want to be resilient in the future, I think that the mixture of funding streams is one key for resilience. And if you look to the current situation in Europe, there's a lot of money funding for basic research, but also for applied research. And also in a lot of countries, also on the nation. I can only talk for Austria, but also if you look to the funds on the national level, it's also we can always argue there's too less money, but if we also look to and compare to the international developments, so there are good funding opportunities. Yes, we can also do some research funded directly by public administrations and business sectors. Of course, we as public universities, we also receive funds directly from our governments. So I think important is the mixture of all these three streams. And if you establish these elements, maybe also in the field of continuing education, there are possibilities to establish some income streams. And if you have a good mixture, then you are, maybe that's the only possibility to become resilient in this case. So influences through the industry or influences through the government. If you only are depending on one, then maybe you have the issue that you are too dependent on the national income streams, and the government can dictate or try to influence some results, or can try to influence the governance structure of university. If you are depending too much on one company, then you have a similar problem. So I think that the mixture is the only possibility to become resilient, or to increase resilience. There is no guarantee. There's no guarantee for that. We know how fast how fragile these systems are.
Yeah. I mean, one aspect we haven't really talked about yet is that the general or societal position or perception of universities, maybe, because you also might need a certain pressure from the public to build this resilience, also to invest in this resilience. Snezhana, can you tell us in how far you as a rector are working for getting closer to society, to the public, to be in current discourses, to be an actor, a European actor. So again, coming back a bit to this position of universities as a tool of the society and of the people, and not actually a tool of the state or of industry.
Yeah, thank you, Daniela. Actually, it's great question, but I just want to mention and to refer on this question of financing, if I may, before that. Namely, I cannot. Yeah, I'm just a bit, surprised how all our discourses about the academic issue, research, innovation, education actually ends up in the financing, So I didn't know, last week we had actually a kind of Dies Academicus at the biggest university in Croatia, in Zagreb, and our president of our Republic of Croatia said, we can talk about the cooperation, collaboration, something like that, but at the end, actually, everything is question of money, I'm not sure that I would like to say this. I understand his point, but everything actually at the end finish in the question of money. But it is definitely very, very important issue for us. You mentioned I'm the rector, so the majority of my time actually I deal with the question of financing, the question of stuffing, not about the policies. I would like more to think about how to enhance, how to support our researchers, our young researchers, but actually everything at the end is a question of money. And what is important that the money is not the question about money, you know, how to find money, how to find the proper finance, you know, EU funds or the other funds, but also financing is the question of the autonomy, you know. So you have this European University Association actually has a kind of a tool how to measure the level of autonomy at the universities. And this is the, you know, probably you know, this is the autonomy scorecard. And one very important element of the autonomy of the university is the financial autonomy. Because, you know, of course, you know, we can be our autonomy, financial autonomy could be tracked, you know, from the two sides, at least two sides, you know, in that sense. And one side you have, if we are public universities, and of course we depend on the state budget. So the transparency of the budget, you know, of course, the percentage of BDP invested in research and innovation, and could determine our autonomy, you know. So this is the very, very powerful tool, you know, how to control the autonomy of the university. If they give us, you know, an insufficient, you know, budget, we cannot, you know, develop our autonomy in research, our academic freedom, you know, in that sense. On the other sense, if we are, you know, if they send to us, you know, looking at the industry, university industry cooperation, you know, I'm for that, you know, I think that this is very important, but the threat of commercialization is also, you know, could be, you know, a challenge for our autonomy. We lose our autonomy if actually we need to rely on the money of the external stakeholders. So the financing is the question, of course, of the quality of our education, quality of our research. But on the other side, the financing is the finally question of our autonomy. And we need to be, and and I like, you know, the title of this conference, shrinking autonomy. And one way how you know, we can be in this situation of shrinking autonomy is definitely, you know, through the financing. And of course, I agree with the Ferenc and Peter. We need to think how to improve our budget, you know, through EU funds, through EU projects, through collaboration with the industry, with the community. But, you know, we need to be also very, very careful about that.
If there are any questions from the audience, please go ahead and share with us in the chat. If not, maybe I ask also Laura to comment on the fact on the level of the individual researcher. How can you? I know it's an awful question. How can you keep your autonomy, and what would you need to keep that?
Yeah, just one remark I would like to about the financing. I think we also face current challenges, new challenges. When we talk about digital teaching, for example, there's a huge discussion on that topic, that we can cut funds and budget, because now that we have digital teaching, we can just record a lecture. We don't need contracts every semester for the lecturer. So I think it's very important to discuss finances and how to prevent them being cut. In terms of individual perspectives, well, I can say I worked 10 years at the University of Vienna. I had 28 contracts in that time. This is, of course, very stressful. It's not the neoliberal idea that it creates excellence. I mean, it's not like that. If you need to struggle for the next contract, and it also provides other issues like getting a housing contract or a credit, for example. So it's a huge burden as a young researcher to be able to basically survive if you're not from a privileged background. And in case of autonomy, well, as every researcher, you have to stick to the rules of the game, so to say. So you need to adapt your research interests to the fundings, to the themes of the fundings that are provided and all that. but also in terms of autonomy, young researchers are not able to select their area of living that autonomously as they would like to. And this creates a selection of certain kind of people that are able to adapt to that kind of lifestyle. And also it's very hard because in Germany, for example, I read a statistic recently, every 90 person who wrote a dissertation in social science will become a professor. So almost every 90th person. So that means if you want to become a professor, you have to put all your lifetime, all your interest, everything into it. Chances are very low that you will become it. By doing that, you lessen your chances to get jobs outside of academia because you're so specialized into that. And this is something that is just basically a huge torture. And it shouldn't be that way, that you have to give up your private life, as many young researchers do, as I mentioned in the beginning, in order to be able to conduct research. So autonomy is very limited, not only in terms of the topics you select. I mean, it's like that for everybody basically, but also in terms of how you conduct your life and how, yeah, the chances are that you will be able to get a job with which you can actually plan your life. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's great that you also, we have one question, yes, from the audience here in the room. Maybe you just say it and I repeat it in case it's not loud enough. Okay, sure. Or you just walk into here and, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you for such an interesting discussion, which actually caught me personally since I've just recently graduated from the University of Sapienza in Rome. And before I have studied in Bologna, and we were actually mentioning the Bologna method and tradition. But although I've been studying in Italy, I actually had the opportunity to study through the Erasmus mobility program in the Balkans, first at the University of Belgrade, and afterwards I spent 1 year studying at the University of Sarajevo at the global campus of human rights. So the background of, I need to provide you with a background before I pose my question. We were talking about Europeanization of university, and talking about Europeanization actually raised different challenging questions that you addressed in a very interesting way for me. Defining what Europeanization means actually leads us to talk about different concepts, and among them, identity. I personally believe that is a core aspect when it comes to Europe, to define what Europeanization is. And I believe that the concept of Europeanization and the concept of European identity is evolving along different developments we are witnessing in Europe, but also worldwide. And among them, of course, I cannot avoid mentioning migration and mobility. In fact, I was pleased to hear about the fact that you were mentioning the migrants and how interesting it is that from time to time we call them migrants, but depending on their background, they can be just experts and so on. So, well, my questions are, talking about Europeanization, do you see a commitment or, let's say, will within the universities to tackle the question of identity by acknowledging its development towards a more diverse, mobile, and enriched Europe? Does it imply to start a reflection about us as Europeans? And can it be conceived as an opportunity to deal with our colonial past? And how can we decolonize the domain of knowledge? And what steps have to be taken in this regards by university, but also by, I mean, when I talk about universities, I'll also talk about students. Thank you. So actually there were 3 questions. I'm sorry.
Very complex but important questions. Who would like to start to answer or comment on this?
Maybe I could add a little bit. I think it's a very key question and very important to talk about. In my understanding, that a Europeanization would give a chance for the students to look around. The student is not locked in a culture, not locked anymore in a town. Through this system, she or he has an opportunity to make an analysis of how the others are doing what they want to do. And the comparative study could be made, for example, during an Erasmus working screen option, and a comparison how life is going on here and there. On the other hand, this Europeanization is giving an option for the tutors, not only to travel, but also to experience in a very same class students from very different backgrounds. And this will very much widen the tutors' view on what kind of diversity could exist even in Europe. And for both sides, this kind of diversity studies could result in a good choice what to do and how to proceed. And also these participants of the scheme can conclude that the promotion is based very much on her or his knowledge, skills, competence, and also based on the willingness to improve this kind of characteristics. Thank you very much.
Dana, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say that our young colleague actually stressed very important topics, but actually I think that it's not a classic question, but it's a comment that we need to appreciate a lot, actually. Higher education landscape, according to me, is in changing, it's in radical change, actually. I would like to say not only in Europe, but, you know, in the global world, let us say, you know. So a lot of challenges, you know, not only, you know, migrations, but, you know, this globalized world, the young people actually are much more mobile, much more connected, you know, than the young people actually were before. So we definitely need to change, you know, our global higher education system to be much more sensitive for the issues, you know, of the young people. So I think, you know, I think that we need to organize these mobile, let us say, schemes, you know, to ensure the mobility of our students, virtual or physical, but also personalized and very flexible curricula. You know, also, you know, we need to hear our youngsters when they are talking to us, you know, about the community engagement, you know, this decolonialization. Definitely, we need to be, you know, open in Europe, you know, but also, as I said before, you know, very, very sensitive for the global issues at this very moment. So, yeah, I appreciate a lot, you know, the comment. I think that actually it is the comment, not question, and I agree with the colleague.
Very much. Are there any comments to that? There's also possibility to make a very, yes, Peter?
Maybe just a full agreement, what just was mentioned, really full agreement. And I'm not sure if the sense of urgency is really aware especially in the European universities. And it should be. Exactly these questions should be asked in every European university, especially if they are funded by public money. Because if we do not deliver answers, if we do not deliver these kind of networks, if we do not deliver social and third mission impact, why should we be funded by public money? And do we be relevant in the future? So I think especially these questions which were raised, completely full agreement, and the sense of urgency that should be aware in all European public, especially public funded universities.
Okay, then thank you very much for this very inspiring panel. I think we tackled a lot of aspects of this issue, but I think that was also the value of this selection or of this talk itself, to look at the higher education system from different perspectives, different countries, older, newer member states, younger perspectives, more established perspectives. And I think we, at least I have now a lot of further topics for discussions and also for maybe a bit of a more deeper research on universities and their transnationalization, Europeanization itself, because this is definitely something necessary. And at this point, I thank you very, very much for your contributions and for your discussion, and hand over to my colleague Sebastian Schäffer and to Friedrich FAULHAMMER for their closing remarks. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, Daniela.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can only also say thank you very much from my side for this fantastic second panel. We have a lot to take away from this conference. And for this first summary, I would hand over to the Rector of the University for Continuing Education, Friedrich FAULHAMMER.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear Peter PRIJIČ, dear Snezhana, it's a pleasure to have you with us from University of Rijeka, especially as I had the possibility to visit 2 weeks ago Opatija, and there, walking around, I learned that there is a faculty of tourism very close to the coast. So congratulations to this site, to this premise, and thank you very much to all of you for taking part in this panel. And thank you very much, of course, that I have the possibility to have the floor again and to share some observations with you dealing with this today's conference. This conference was dedicated to 10 years of the EU strategy for the Danube region. And in this context, our 2 panel discussions have shed light on 2 important aspects. In the first panel, we shared ideas and observations about the role of the EU strategy for the Danube region in regional cooperation. We discussed the creation of the strategy. I remember the report of the ambassador of Romania, and we discussed the different stakeholders in the region who are working on the EU strategy on the Danube region, who are working together to reach the goals of the strategy. And we focused on the strategy's potential for the future development and cohesion of this region. And I have to confess, as a rector of a university, I'm really delighted that the focus in the morning session was on the knowledge society as a priority area of the Danube strategy. And now in the afternoon, in panel 2, we focused on the long-term perspectives and the visions for the future of higher education sector in Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe. And we discussed relevant developments that affect the higher education sector directly, such as the issue of higher education autonomy, as well as indirectly, such as the increasing pressure on civil society. And as Snezhana mentioned, that most of her time is dedicated to discussing not the strategy of university, but financing the university. I can add that in these days, most of my time is not so much to the financing, but to the COVID crisis and how to deal with the COVID crisis. So I think rectors in that times are very much in a kind tackled with a lot of problems which are not so much in the core of what is university development. Well, in both panels today, we have heard different approaches as well as examples of initiatives. And as I perceived it, received numerous food for thought on a very broad spectrum of topics for the future of our EU strategy for the Danube region. On the one hand, the contributions have clearly shown the challenges and risks that the Danube region is currently facing. And at the same time, we have also heard examples of very constructive approaches and encouraging examples of cooperation that point the way out of the current challenging situation. Dear colleagues, especially in view of the narrowing of the scope of movement of those social forces that are so important for the socio-economic development of the Danube region, first and foremost civil society, it is necessary that stakeholders such as universities assume their responsibility and as spearheads of reason, innovation and openness maintain and deepen cooperation across borders. As the rector of a University of Continuing Education, Krems, I would therefore like again to appeal for reason, cooperation, and the relevance of evident facts. In my view, two aspects are more important than ever for the future development of the Danube region and our societies in general. First of all, strong orientation towards evidenced knowledge is an important aid to objectify discourses and to test viewpoints for their suitability for application. The current pandemic shows us how difficult this is, of course, as do situations in which an ideologically or nationalistically heated climate prevails. Evidence and evidence-based decision-making is crucial and should be applied on every level, not just now during the crisis, also beyond that. Secondly, as we all know, there is hardly a more important investment in the future than education. I include here continuing education on a scientific basis. Education starts in youth, and ideally, it accompanies people throughout their lives in the form of academic continuing education carried out by universities with their scientific quality. I see this form of education not only as a prerequisite for meeting the rapidly increasing demands for professional qualifications. It is also a cornerstone for ensuring a high level of democratic discourse and for protecting democracy as such. This, dear colleagues, brings me back to my initial demand of this morning. Prosperity and overcoming the existing challenges will only be achieved if we rely on reason, objectivity, and cooperation at eye level. These are among the values upon which Europe is built. Science and education are important prerequisites for this. Scientific continuing education is key on the level of society as a whole and that of the individual. Now, let me conclude with a positive summary of today's conference. Based on numerous examples, the debates have shown that despite all the challenges facing the countries of the Danube region, confidence in the success of cross-border cooperation prevails. I would like to thank the discussants of today for their insightful speeches and presentations, for the successful online moderation of the panels. Thank you very much. And all of you for the contributions to the discussions. I would also like to thank the organizers of the conference, the Institute for the Danube Region and Central Europe for the excellent preparation in terms of content and especially also of technology. The RG Donauländer for their patronage of this event, the University of Natural Resources and Applied Sciences Vienna, University of Applied Sciences Krems, our neighbor here at the campus, and the Europa Forum Wachau for their cooperation, and last but not least, the province of Lower Austria for its long-standing commitment as a sponsor of this conference. And I truly do hope that we all will meet personally next year. Thank you very much. And now I kindly invite Sebastian Schäffer for sharing with us further observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rector FAULHAMMER, dear Fritz, for these kind words and also the wonderful summary. I was tasked with some homework and I hopefully did my homework, and I want to share this with you. My takeaways from today's conference are: a decade seems like a long time, but 10 years of EUSDR are actually not that long. We have seen successes in cross-border cooperation, but we need to better communicate the benefits of macro-regional strategies. In order to remain successful, we should involve the young generation more, and the Danube Youth Council is a step in the right direction. There's a need to bring governance to life, and it needs joint work to achieve our common goals. The people need to see the results. Therefore, more involvement is desirable, and it should not only be a discussion among the elites. Nevertheless, it is the political commitment that makes the strategy work. With creativity, we can make regions and citizens more visible, more flagship projects, providing use cases for stakeholders, as well as embedding will add additional value. The unique composition of the EUSDR with EU member states, with candidate countries, and with countries of the Eastern Partnership provides a lot of challenges, but also huge opportunities. And it can function, the EUSDR can function as a EU accession laboratory, and the presidency provides possibilities to shape the agenda. Allow me a personal remark at the end. We have seen throughout the day that there are a lot of positive aspects of European integration. Nevertheless, there is a dire need to take this out of our bubble. A question that remains for me is if there is a false balance with regards to criticism of the EU. Maybe it's both. A Eurobarometer poll shows that the majority of the citizens in all member states believe that EU membership is beneficial. At the same time, 50% believe that things in Brussels are developing in the wrong direction. We should continue to discuss possibilities to change that perception. Speak about concepts, how to move into the right direction. And I stress again, we at IDM believe that regions are the future of Europe, and I invite everyone to contribute in shaping our activities. Now it's time to say thank you again to our cooperation partners that have been mentioned, the province of Lower Austria, the RG Donauländer, of course, the University for Continuing Education, Krems, the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences, Vienna, the University of Applied Sciences in Krems, and the Europa Forum Wachau. A big thank you for all panelists for their time and their input that they have brought to this conference today. And of course, also to Andrea Nikolić for a fantastic lunch, concert, and the cultural input. Last but not least, I would really like to thank the whole IDM team. Without them, none of this would have been possible. First and foremost, Daniela Apaydin, who was involved in the conceptualization. Come here, you're still here, come on. And also did a fantastic moderation of the second panel. We have also here in the room, Chiara, who helped us, come here, who helped us with the technical smoothness of this whole conference. There is also Daniel Martínek in the background. Maybe you can switch on your screen for a minute. Thank you very much for making all of this possible. Thank you, Daniel. There's more people involved. Malvina Talek, who does all our social media advertisements and also did all the social media accompanying of this conference. There will be a lot more of this. There's the people from the administration in the background. Astrid Straudinsky, for instance, printed these summary cards for me in the last minute, so I'm prepared and ready for this. So thank you very much to all of them. And I think it was a worthy premiere of our new seminar room. I hope we have a lot more events in this setting. And if you didn't get enough of the EUSDR, tomorrow in the morning, there's the annual conference of the Danube Rectors Conference, which has an also very interesting program. And in the afternoon, the Danubius Awards ceremony will be held virtually. More information can be found on our website, www.idm.at. You can also follow us on social media at IDM Vienna. These hybrid settings will stay with us. They provide opportunity because we can bring people together. But I hopefully, and I've said this a couple of times after conferences, but hopefully the next Danube conference will see a lot more people personally and then make use of the technology that we have. And everything will hopefully, all the obstacles that prevent us from meeting personally will no longer be in place. And a hybrid setting is just a accompanying measure. Stay safe, stay healthy, and all the best from IDM Vienna in Alsagrund.